Hey everybody. It's a kind of a strange setup for me. I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to a lot of things, right? If you weren't here with us last night, this is new to you. I moved. It's temporary. This isn't like, my long-term place. You'll be seeing that in about a week or so. But we are here. Everything's different. Obviously, I feel like I've got the Colleen Ballinger lipstick today, and I'm not Colleen Ballinger, right? But Miranda sings, like, right? I've got the lipstick that's a little bit unruly. It likes to paint outside the lines. It's gonna make mistakes. And what is that whole thing? The Magic School Bus, like, make mistakes, make messes, be messy. My lipstick is pretty. Thank you. Yeah, it's like the only makeup I've got on today because I just everything's in a bag. Everything is in storage. My whole life is kind of messy right now, but that's okay because we got some messy coverage to content. Yes, we're gonna content the coverage today with RFK Jr., who you might be familiar with. You might be familiar with his father or his yeah, his father or his uncle, right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Kennedy clan. We're talking about the closest thing to a dynasty in American politics. And the Kennedys just are not sending their best these days, it seems, right? With RFK Jr. You might be familiar with him from a show called Ring of Fire that he used to do actually with Sam Cedar, among other people. And back then, he was kind of known as an environmental activist of some kind. Now he is a conspiracy theory activist of some kind. And now he's in favor of free market solutions for our climate change crisis. That's right. This guy seems to think that the very apparatus that got us into so much trouble in terms of climate change is gonna just get us out if we let it. Yeah, it seems like a bad deal. It seems like a bad idea. Something happened to this guy during the panini, right? I don't know, chat. I'm like already demonetized. Do you know this? Like, for the title of the stream, like, right? It's RFK Jr.'s toxic campaign circles the drain. Is there anything like in there that sounds like excessively advertiser unfriendly? Like, right? And it's not like they're trying to suppress RFK Jr., right? If you type his name into like a YouTube search, right? You're gonna find a whole bunch of stuff that is like pro him, like that makes him sound like he's a freedom fighter. He's standing up against the powers that be. He's our only hope against the swamp, right? They're making him into a left-wing Trump kind of, right? And it's positive, right? There's a lot of people supporting him. I think most of them are on the right. And this is kind of an astroturfed campaign to derail the Biden administration, which, for all its faults, at least has been able to stay away from bigoted conspiracy theories, which is the first thing that we're going to get into here today with RFK Jr. How is everybody, by the way? You've never watched Ring of Fire. Is it good? I mean, it's probably, I don't know, it's totally different now. Actually, now Ring of Fire is just Farron Cousins. It's just, yeah, no Sam Cedar, no RFK Jr., just Farron Cousins. And I don't know, I mean, Farron Cousins seems like a liberal, progressive kind of, dude. So it's okay. I'm not like recommending it, right? But he was on that show along with Sam Cedar back in the day. My how things have changed, my how times have changed, and my how RFK Jr. has changed. And it seems like the event that changed everything was the panini, which of course you know what I'm saying when I'm saying the panini. I'm not talking about a sandwich. I'm talking about an event that changed all of our lives, if you get my meaning. And just trying to be as good as I possibly can. I don't know what else I can do for YouTube monetization to make them figure out that I am wholesome. Like, if you're gonna get if you're gonna advertise on any political coverage, you might as well advertise on mine. But yeah, we're gonna look at RFK Jr. We're gonna look at his leaks, right? This is a leak right here. This is the New York Post. If you don't know, New York Post is a conservative outlet. It's a fairly conservative outlet, right? And you know, here they are showing us behind the scenes at the RFK campaign as he just goes off on a weird conspiracy theory about the panini. I don't know. You know, like, maybe it was destined that I would get demonetized today because of the content that I'm covering. Because what you're about to hear him say is, in fact, revolting, right? It is disgusting and it is unambiguous. That's the shocker of all this, right? Because, like I said, you can find plenty of content that says RFK Jr. did nothing wrong. The media, the establishment, the swamp, everybody's coming to get him. They're trying to say that he said stuff that he didn't really say. He didn't do anything bad. He didn't do anything bad at all, right? Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe your lying ears, because you're about to see exactly what he said, and then we're gonna hear the rising. Brianna and Robbie Suave, just absolutely, I'm gonna say gaslight us. Again, gaslighting is interpersonal, right? Gaslighting is not just when somebody, you know, lies to you in a very obvious way, but that has become the common usage of it. So, you know, you're gonna hear that that gaslighting by Brianna Joy Gray and by Robbie Suave of the, like, somehow this is excusable, right? This isn't. This is bigoted conspiracy mongering. This is irresponsible. And this is gross, and this shows you all you need to know to understand that this guy is not a serious candidate, right? Let's get into it. I feel like this music is totally appropriate for what we're about to see. The clown show is about to begin, right? Anybody like the thumbnail? Anybody recognize the reference in the thumbnail? I don't know if my chat is aware of the internet traditions that I am invoking here. Does chat know why the guy is why his head's sticking out of a commode? You love that thumbnail, right? I love that thumbnail too. That thumbnail was made for us by the lovely and talented Vamps, right? My sometimes thumbnail artist, often graphical artist, and general genius of all things visual, right? Vamps, who is not with us right now because it's like midnight, or it's like super late at night in the faraway part of the world where she lives. So let's get into this. Let's look look inside the skibbity toilet that is RFK. It's obviously a Futurama reference. Okay, anybody know about these toilets? Anybody seen these toilets around? We didn't get demonetized for saying toilet somehow.
And we need to talk about bioweapons. I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years, and you know, and we need to talk about bioweapons. I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years, and you know, the technology that we now have to develop these microbes. We've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnic.
So he's like, it's time to talk about bioweapons. Okay, let's talk about bioweapons. What are you talking about, RFK?
Targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same.
Here, let me make sure you can read this.
Thing. In fact, COVID-19 microbes into we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes.
Ethnically targeted microbes, right?
The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different.
Let's just go over what we heard. He starts off talking about bioweapons. He starts off talking about ethnically targeted bioweapons, right? Yikes. And now he's talking about the panini itself. He's talking about the sandwich in question, right? The sandwich that they look at these people sitting next to him, right? Can you imagine just being like, like somebody looking for an alternative to Biden, and you don't really know much about this guy. You're looking for a place to park your money, and you start to hear this.
Races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and
targeted to attack Caucasians, right? Which isn't exactly a race last time I checked, right? That's not an ethnicity, right? When you're saying Caucasian, you mean white, and whiteness is like a social construction created based on the groups that it excludes, right? So you're talking about a whole bunch of ethnicities that in the United States are kind of just all like mashed together in this amalgamation of like the us of whiteness versus the them, those who are not included in that group, right? So at this point, what he's saying is ridiculous on his face.
And black people, the people who are most immune are Ashkenazi.
Yeah, again, we're like, oh my God,
Jews and Chinese.
China is like a multi-ethnic country. Can I remind people of that? It's gonna attack Kasperian, right? Well, okay, technically speaking, yeah. If you want to get technical about like the region, the geographical region of the Caucasus, right? But yeah, there you have it. Like what, like.
But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not, but there are.
Okay, so the one little bit of moderation. We don't know if it was deliberately targeted. Now, this would be a moderation if he was pushing back against somebody who was saying that it was. Nobody said that, right? So he's just kind of putting that out there. Like, we don't know if it was deliberately targeted, right? And right, look, when you're talking about Jewish people, one of the most targeted groups of bigotry, like, in the history of the world, and you're saying that this disease just kind of mysteriously misses them, and like, right? And you say, well, we don't know if it was on purpose, right? You are heavily implying some very bigoted, very racist, very dangerous stuff, right? And this is a theme of the right wing in general, which, RFK Jr., I hate to break it to you, he's running as a Democrat, but he's right wing, right? This is a theme of the right wing in general. They are trying to bring anti-Semitism back into vogue. They are trying to take anti-Semitism and launder it and they're trying to make it acceptable, right? They're trying to and they're trying to bring it back. Not that it's really gone anywhere in the first place, but
out there that show the racial and ethnic differential impact to that We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing ethnic bioweapons, and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all of those labs in the Ukraine.
So, I mean, the one thing that he didn't do is like definitively say that this was, you know, like I don't know. I feel like even me like giving him the benefit of the doubt and like like I feel like even this is like inappropriate, right? Because you can see by the way that he's bringing this stuff up that there's stuff that he's not claiming that he wants to implant in the minds of his audience, right? Like he's pushing his audience towards a certain conclusion, and like let me be really clear about his audience here, right? This is a campaign dinner. He doesn't know he's being filmed. This is the New York Post, conservative outlet, New York Post, right? That, you know, got a hold of this video. And so, you know, his audience is, I guess, donors? I don't know who these people are exactly, right? But I mean, like, this is the kind of stuff that he talks about over dinner.
Are about their.
Is his voice always this coarse? Yeah, he has, I believe, a nerve, oh my god, I should know what nerve this is. Like, yeah, there's like a particular nerve that causes, if it's impinged in any way or damaged in any way, it causes like this kind of hoarseness of the, it's not the vagus nerve, but it has something to do with the vagus nerve. It's like, I'm trying to think, it's like the recurrent, or I can't remember the exact name, but it's like a little, it's actually a segment of a nerve that like that kind of like, you know, runs down and then runs back, and it gets impinged a lot of times, and it results in this kind of a hoarse you know, vocal presentation. But
Collecting Russian DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA.
okay, so he's talking about Ukrainian biolabs, and so yeah, you know, Ukraine gets slimed. The Chinese, you know, which, like I said, you know, China's a multi-ethnic nation, so you know it's not even, what he's saying on some level doesn't even really make sense, right? They get slimed, and Ashkenazi Jews get slimed, right? That's, you know, and no, he didn't like definitively say they're doing it on, they are doing it on purpose, right? But like, if you don't, like, you need a lot more caveats than he's giving to you know, to convince me that you're not trying to like imply this, right? So we heard with our own ears, saw with our own eyes what he was saying when he didn't think the cameras were on, right? Now we're gonna get to see how people like Brianna Joy Gray, well, I don't know, the Hill, let's just say, right? Because I don't know how this is gonna break down between Brianna and Robbie. We all know that the Hill is a conservative outlet as well. It has this show called The Rising, previously hosted by Crystal and, wait, what was it? Like, they always have like a right-wing host and a left-wing host. Now it's Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Suave. Brianna on the left, Robbie on the right, but they tend to find very particular kind of lefties, right? Like lefties who are useful to the right. And we're gonna take a look at how, because right, they love RFK. They are basically, yeah, Sagar, they are basically campaigning for RFK Jr. And how are they gonna turn this around for their candidate? I'm interested to see.
Anna, hello. How was your weekend?
My weekend was
How was your weekend? Let's talk about RFK Jr.
great. I threw a 40th birthday party for my brother, has some out of town guests in, and so I'm feeling refreshed Energized and ready to take on the news of the day.
Fantastic. I was in Memphis for a conference, Freedom Fest. And
yes, a common sense Democrat.
I got to meet some of our regular guests on our show. Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger were both there, so that was very nice. Also, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who I was able to hear.
Wait, now, Schellenberger is one of the Twitter files, like what do you surrogates, I guess is what they call them. When we say surrogates, we're talking about people that have some background in journalism for the most part, who are bringing the story that Elon Musk wants to tell about the Twitter files, like the version of the story that Elon Musk is interested in propagating to the masses. So instead of just like putting it out there and having journalists, look at everything that's there in the Twitter files, he's finding particular journalists that he likes. Matt Taibbi, Barry Weiss, and Schellenberger is the other one that I think there might be a few more, but like that's who we're talking about here.
Speak, and in fact, that is what we are talking about.
Media trained mouthpieces, exactly.
In our A block, some controversial remarks that he made.
Some controversial remarks, yeah.
A few days ago that we want to.
That's one way of putting it.
Get into. Take it away.
Well, 2024 Democratic challenger, of course, Robert F. Kennedy, has been accused of anti-Semitism.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Okay, don't like make it sound like he's his dad.
After the New York Post first wrote a report alleging Kennedy claimed that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered.
They didn't write a report. They had video. Come on.
Bioweapon.
I mean, I'm sure they'll show the video.
That could have been, quote, ethnically targeted to prevent deaths of Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people during a press event at an Upper East Side restaurant last week. The Post writes
to prevent so wait, now what does this sound like, right? Does anybody know about the 9/11 conspiracy theory that says that Jewish people that were working in the building in the Twin Towers somehow received word that the attack was going to happen before it happened, right? This is the spared, X group of Jewish people. It really does call back to that kind of conspiracy theory. It really does sound really similar to that kind of that kind of nonsense, right? That kind of and basically the idea of that conspiracy theory was to cast guilt on Jewish people writ large, right? With the trope being of Jewish people being monolithic and making plans together and right. It's just it's basic textbook anti-Semitism is what I'm trying to say, and it gets recycled and turned into different forms, but you can kind of recognize the characteristics of it. You can kind of recognize like the way that this works, right? And it's sad that a mainstream party's political candidate is putting forward these lies once again.
Kennedy's remarks. COVID-19, there was an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races.
Yeah, it's gotta suck to be, a member of this group that's getting all this conspiracy theories, cast on it, and to recognize that in your own life you don't experience a lot of empowerment. You're not your own life is drastically different than the portrayal of the group that you belong to by conspiracy theories like this that cast it as some kind of shadowy, monolithic, just evil for the hell of it kind of group, right? I mean, these are characteristics that should ring some bells as far as lies that have been spread in order to try to target, right? Because if we're really talking about who's getting targeted here, it's Jewish people, right? Targeted with lies, targeted with disinformation, targeted with conspiracy theories, and in this case also, I guess Chinese people.
Disproportionately, Kennedy said.
Anti-Semites will always grab onto events that inflame emotions because people are vulnerable and susceptible to conspiracy. Having a group that to direct your anger at is easier than dealing with it. Yeah.
COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and Black people.
Okay, now, like, if we take a look at this New York Post article here, New York Post, RFK Jr. says COVID may have been ethnically targeted to spare Jews, is the headline, right? The subtitle, Kennedy floated the idea during a question and answer portion of a raucous booze. And yes, it does indeed say fart-filled. You did not read that incorrectly, right? That's part of the reason there's a toilet on our thumbnail tonight. Fart-filled dinner at Tony Di Napoli on East 63rd Street in New York City, right? So that is... We'll get into why they said fart-filled dinner a little bit later, but
People who are most immune are
it's been 2,000 years. Can white people? Yeah, it can.
Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. We don't know.
Well, and also I want to point out that part of like the part of the subtle like thing that was going on during that was drawing a difference between like Jewish people and like white people, like another attempt to like kind of to cause that separation in people's mind, right?
Whether it was deliberately targeted or not, but there are papers out there that show the racial or ethnic differential and impact, Kennedy added. The Post's Jonathan Levine then posted video of the encounter. Here's the first part of that.
It was in Manhattan.
And we need to talk about bioweapons. I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years.
And like I said, whiteness is a social construct that like is defined by not, it doesn't have like a solid definition, but it's basically defined by who is excluded from that group. And, this is another attempt to move a targeted group, that being Jewish people, out of that, out of that realm, despite the fact that in a lot of, that there's, been, considered at the very least like an overlap, right? Was talking about that and similar issues related to Jewish identity. Oh, to Katie, right?
And the technology that we now have.
No reputable news agency would use a tabloid like the New York Post. Well, here's the thing, like, right? The New York Post had the cameras in there, right? That's why we're taking a look at the new. Like, I mean, this is the only place that video was available at. He thought he was speaking in confidence. He thought that he was speaking just to the people at this table, right? And that was part of his reaction. He was mad about having, things that he did not want put out in the public. But yes, somebody, I guess, had a phone at this table, and they filmed it. Actually, you know what? That looks more than a phone camera. What do you think, chat? Is that's not a phone camera, is it? That's a camera like on a tripod. But somehow this got filmed, and he was very, very angry by the fact that this stuff was revealed in public.
All of these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes.
Yeah, this is a nice camera.
The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19...
It is moving a little bit.
There's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacked certain races disproportionately.
Oh my God. No, look at the guy right next to him. Watch this man's face right here. Wait, do we need to wait, maybe we can even zero in on this. Look, I don't usually do this. I don't want to waste a whole bunch of time, but I just for a second, let's take, I just really want to get, because this dude's reaction says a lot. Okay, so here we go. Let's see how he reacts to hearing what RFK Jr. is putting down.
COVID-19 attacked certain races disproportionately.
I'm a little bit worried.
The races.
Oh no! This is not a good table to be sitting at. Right?
that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasian.
Okay, so like he says targeted to attack, right? He later says, I don't know if it's by accident or on purpose or like, I don't know, people are saying, right? But like he says targeted to attack, right? And like, look, there's like heritability to immunological structures. That's true. But the language that he's using is implying a lot more than just like, you know, oh, that's unfortunate, or like that's, you know what I mean? Like he's like the very nature of the word that he uses there, targeted, implies volition. Can we agree on that? I like it when the lady next to him picks up her cup and starts drinking it down. Yo, okay, so let's get let's go back here and see the whole picture once again. I just so I haven't watched this segment on the Rising yet. But I mean, I know what their MOs are. I know, you know, what their disposition towards RFK Jr. is. And I'm just incredibly curious how they're going to make this okay. How are they going to make this okay? What are they going to do here? Also, thank you for the two members, Knock Nessera. I saw that you re-upped your membership. I believe there was somebody else. I'm sorry I got distracted and didn't call it out, but thank you so much, everybody who joins as a member on YouTube. Make sure you're hitting that like button as well. That's the only tool that YouTube gives you to consciously upgrade me in the algorithm. So I appreciate everybody who hits that like button.
And black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
Wait,
and here's the second.
Where's the cup part?
COVID-19 is.
I don't see her.
Same thing. And you know,
Jonathan Levine.
and you know, COVID-19.
Supposedly she's drinking.
COVID-19.
She puts on her cup. I'm not seeing that.
Differentials among different races of the receptors.
Hey, Dragon.
Of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to.
So they cut it off just before she takes up her cup. Okay, so I think they said they're gonna watch a little bit more of it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. There it is. Oh, they are kind of cutting it off, aren't they?
The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
Wait, I saw her do something with her cup.
Of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
Wait, I swear, I thought I saw her cup come up.
And here's the second part of that video.
Okay, we're gonna go right into it. Okay.
We don't know whether it was deliberate.
Okay, so yeah. So after what he said about the races that are supposedly spared from this and who's targeted by this. Hey, what's up, Canadian Brunch? Good to see you.
Really targeted that or not, but there are papers out there that show
he said the word in a weird way.
You know, the racial and ethnic difference.
Yeah, she's like, let me just finish this wine really quick.
And impact to that.
And Jews are not a race, yeah.
We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing ethnic bioweapons, and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all those labs in the Ukraine are about. They're collecting Russian DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA, so that we can target people by race.
Now, we did invite Levine on the show, but he passed on that invitation. If he changes his mind, of course, he is welcome to come and talk to us.
Wait, we invited who on? Is this the... I'm guessing this is the author of the article.
Kennedy has strongly denounced the Post's take on his comments, tweeting that the New York Post story is mistaken. I've never, ever suggested that the COVID-19 virus was targeted to spare Jews. I accurately pointed out during an off-the-record conversation that the U.S. and other governments are developing ethnically targeted bioweapons and that a 2021 study of the COVID-19 virus showed...
I mean, do you get that? It was an off-the-record conversation. How dare you? How dare you show this was supposed to be off the record.
Shows that COVID-19 appears to disproportionately affect certain races since the fur and cleavage docking site is most compatible with blacks and Caucasians and least compatible with ethnic Chinese, Finns, and Ashkenazi Jews. In that sense, it serves as a kind of proof of concept for ethnically targeted bioweapons. I do not believe and never imply that the ethnic effect was deliberately engineered. That study is here, and then he...
Okay, so they're talking about John Levine. That is the author of the article. And that's who they invited on, and Levine declined the invitation to the Rising. Imagine that.
Did, in fact, link to that study. Dr. Monica Gandhi, professor of medicine and infectious disease at the University of California, San Francisco, told the Post, no, I don't see any evidence that there was any design or bioterrorism, that anyone tried to design something to knock off certain groups.
Journalist Michael Schellenberger points out that RFK Jr.
It was the Finns all along. I knew it. Yeah.
was right to raise the alarm about China's bio.
I hope we can... Wait, he said that in the end? He said, I hope we can target people by... What? Okay, let's go back to that. You're not talking about in the tweet, right? Okay, so he goes into more detail. Ethnic Chinese again, like, right? He's just... Okay, so his excuse is that oh my god. Look at how he's covering up, though. This is telling right here, right? In a sense, it serves as a kind of proof of concept for ethnically targeted bioweapons. So what he's trying to say is he's like, no, I don't think that this one was specifically... I'm not necessarily saying that this virus is specifically being used as a bioweapon. I think it's more of a proof of concept. So in other words, it is like intentional, but the intention is to see if we can get these mechanisms to work, right? I do not believe and never implied that the ethnic effect was deliberately engineered. But why are you saying proof of concept? Look, proof of concept is not something that you do by accident, right? Right? You don't like, I don't know, like accidentally do something or like even like accidentally do something, right? When all this language implies like human, like, right, involvement. So you can tell somebody like RFK Jr. probably has absolutely swallowed the lab leak hypothesis hook, line, and sinker. Now let me talk about this a little bit. God, this is gonna get me in trouble, because I mean, like, this is not that I'm saying anything bad here, right? But that this is a concept that conspiracy theorists love, right? So it's difficult to determine the origins of a virus. Sometimes impossible, right? So to say with 100% certainty that a virus came from a lab leak or that it didn't come from a lab leak, it's not possible. It's definitely not possible at this point, right? There has been like a statement by I'm trying to remember what governmental organization that said like a low confidence like conclusion that it may have been, and people took that as being like, oh, see there it is, it was no, the low confidence, right? That's the key, right? there's not really like a way to know, but the problem also is that like that people are taking the idea of lab leak to mean like an intentional, you know, putting the virus out there, right? So there's where the conspiracy theory kind of comes in there. RFK Jr. is saying that Vladimir Putin's claim that Ukraine was collecting Russian DNA for bioweapons is true. Oh, okay. So this comes from Putin. It gives backing to Russian propaganda. Yeah, thank you, Stepan. And good to have good to see everybody again too. The reactions of the people at the table kind of shows that it's not how this is not how what he said would be interpreted by most. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's such a good point, Scott Weber. That is such a good point. Last thing he says at the dinner is, "I hope we can target people." Okay, so let's take a look at that. Go back to the dinner here.
Now, we did invite Levine on.
We are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all those labs in the Ukraine are about. They're collecting Russian DNA. They're collecting Chinese DNA so that we can target people.
Okay, so if we look at the closed caption, it does indeed say, "I hope we can target people," right? But let's listen to this again, because the closed caption isn't always right.
DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA so that we can target people by.
I heard so that we can target people. Yeah, somebody if somebody really wanted to help him out, this would be the time for somebody to pull out the strategic fart, right? And yell, "I'm farting." We'll get into that a little bit later.
Race.
Now, we did invite Levine on.
What do you think, chat? What do people think? Do people think that does it sound like he said, "I hope that we can target people," or does it sound more like he said, "so that we can target people"? Because his voice is a little hard to understand.
Those labs in the Ukraine are about their.
I love the biolab rabbit hole. Yeah, it's so insane. Yeah, and it's kind of pointless too, right? At the end of the day, it's not really what's important. I mean, especially given the fact that, like, it's been how many years, and we just don't know, right? We know where this kind of disease can come from, and there's a lot of stuff in the area that that could create that, right? That could the interaction between human beings and certain animals, bats, I think in this case, is where some of these kinds of diseases come from, right? So there's a very good chance that it's like the location. There was also a lab there, right? And so theoretically, I guess, we don't know for sure that it didn't, but like to jump to the conclusion because of that, that this was like intentional, right? This is like, I mean, when Trump, there's a reason that Trump keeps on saying the China virus, the China virus, the China virus, right? He's demonizing, he's demonizing like a geostrategic rival of the United States, right? Because when people say that Trump is a peace candidate, they mean he's friendly with Putin. He sees that monster and he sees himself. He resonates with Putin. He likes Putin, right? Obviously, the Chinese government he feels very differently towards than Vladimir Putin, right? So if you're Trump and you're looking at unfortunately the way the United States geopolitical strategy works, we use this word pivot, right? And when we say pivot, we mean concentrating on one enemy or near peer, really is what we're talking about, because we're not talking about a global superpower in either China or Russia. Militarily, we cannot call these global superpowers yet, right? They're considered near peers to the United States, which means that they are the closest thing to matching the United States military, that there is, right? But the idea of the pivot would be like, moving from focusing on Russia as a geopolitical enemy to focusing on China, right? And Trump is very invested in that particular pivot, right? And we could go on and on about why he might. Automatic CC is notoriously buggy. Maybe they built the lab where the bats live. Yeah, exactly. Paul Skull, you're on it. Yeah, it makes sense, right? That if you want to study, a particular type of virus arising from, this interaction between humans and certain animals, that you would go to where those animals are. That, yeah, it makes sense. We don't know, but also we have heard many scientists say that it could be a natural progression and origin based on, yeah, exactly, right? We don't know what we don't know, and that's why I say it's not very useful to engage in this kind of speculation, right? And that people's sort of biases will lead them to making certain assumptions over others. The mammal species that we know had COVID and transferred it to humans, was the raccoon dog. The Wuhan lab is over an hour away and across a massive river, from which the Wuhan is. This has been shown already through DNA sequencing, but it began most likely, yeah, in bats, right? Or a pangolin man lost both of his parents in a tragic accident and vowed to become a mass vigilante. We were always at war with Eurasia. The consensus is that it is a zoonotic in origin.
They're collecting Russian DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA, so that we can target people by race.
Now, we did invite Levine on the show, but he passed on that invitation if he changes his mind.
So that particular thing, it's been noted in chat, like what you just said about targeting. Did we get a sense, though, of what he actually said there at the very end? Because, like...
Now, we did invite Levine.
Bioweapons, that's what all those labs in the Ukraine are about. They're collecting Russian DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA, so that we can target people by race.
What do we think? Do we think he said so that we can target? Wait, that is strange for him to say we. I mean, I guess he means the United States.
DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA, so that we can target people by race.
So that we can target people by race? Yeah, he means the USA.
Now, we did invite Levine on the show, but he passed on that invitation. If he changes his mind, of course, he is welcome to come and talk to us.
Kennedy has strongly denounced the Post's take on his comments, tweeting that the New York Post story is mistaken. I've never, ever suggested that the COVID-19 virus was targeted to spare Jews. I accurately pointed out during an off-the-record conversation that the U.S. and other governments are developing ethnically targeted bioweapons and that a 2021 study of the COVID...
Look, I don't want to get hung up on this too much, right? But I do want to contrast what he's saying in this tweet with what he said at the dinner, because it does not match up, right? And that is the biggest smoking gun that I can see here.
The level, I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years, and
wait, Brianna? Are we talking about Brianna Wu?
And the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacked certain races.
Okay, so here's what he said. He didn't say that it was targeted, he said there's an argument that it's... Like, look, this is weasels. Can we get some weasels in chat? Because this is literally weasel language. When we talk about weasel words, when we talk about weasel language, and what we mean by that, right, is somebody saying something somebody, you know, giving a certain like perspective or point of view, and then like being able to run away from it, right? To be able to kind of wriggle out of it, right? To say something, to put that in your mind, to put that in the minds of the audience, but then to say, I didn't mean that, I wasn't saying that, that's not real, like a real, you know, like, right, that like this is literally what weasel words are.
Disproportionately. The race disproportionate. Argument that it is ethnically targeted.
So it's been said, there's an argument, people are saying, right, that is a classic example of weasel words, right? That's textbook.
COVID-19.
Yeah, exactly. Shakespeare, I was saying this earlier, right? China is a multi-ethnic country. Chinese is not a race, right?
Attack certain races.
And race is not the same as ethnicity.
The race.
Sorry,
In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races.
So, like, if you're saying there's an argument that it's ethnically targeted, right? That doesn't mean, oh, it just happens to, right? Or, you know, like, it's targeted implies human volition exercised on the right. You see, and when they talk about like lab leaks and shit like that, do you see the picture that he's painting? Like, he's trying to weasel out of this, but he has 100% painted a picture that implies that there was an intentional targeting of certain groups in the creation, and by that, like, it implies, you know, intentional human creation, not what we're saying the consensus is that it's you know, a zoonotic origin, and that it wasn't like intentionally, like, right, it just doesn't make, like, because like that is the deep end of the conspiracy theory. That's not just like, you know, in swimming in the pool of conspiracies, right? That's the deep end, right? The deep end is like the shallow end is that there's a lab there and they didn't have the best practices, and whoops, accidentally somebody in the lab got infected, went out into the world and infected, like, right? That's the shallow end of the conspiracy theory, right? And that's not proven, right? That's not likely, right? You know, we can't 100% disprove it. Right? Maybe, but like, you know, maybe like, I don't know, monkeys might fly out of my butt. You know what I'm saying? Can you prove that monkeys won't fly out of my butt? I have you seen my butt? I don't know. So like, right, you know, like it's the deep end of conspiracy theories to say that there was an intentional, like, he is strongly implying an intentional leak design of a designed virus meant to target certain ethnicities. So these weasel words that he's using over here in his tweet, yo, what I like, get ready, folks, right? Because like, me talking about these conspiracy theories, right, in my experience, like, has resulted in you know, like one warning and one strike against me on YouTube. So get ready to possibly defend me on Twitter if it needs be, if that happens, if they try to, like, because I am 100%, and please, anybody from YouTube, understand this, I am 100% debunking these conspiracy theories. I do not agree with them. I feel that they are irresponsible. I am standing in opposition to them, but I am also exposing them. I am exposing the fact that this man is putting forward these wild conspiracy theories, right? These wild, dangerous, and I would say targeted to try to demonize certain groups, conspiracy theories. So please, anybody that you know ends up reviewing this or watching this or whatever, like, understand where I'm coming from here. I'm not on RFK's side. You've allowed this man's videos to be up on your site. I am looking at them in detail and debunking them, right? This is in the interest of education. This is not to spread conspiracy theories. This is to shoot conspiracy theories down, and this is to expose the weaselly sources of those conspiracy theories. In this case, RFK Jr. Okay, hopefully hopefully that stands God, this pisses me off. Sounds like so we can target sounds like so we can target people by race, or though we can target people by race. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I'm trying to go with like what makes sense in the context of what he's saying, but yeah, I mean, understand that this guy doesn't make sense a lot of times, so those assumptions might be for naught. The only mistake China ever made was to stop their zero COVID policy. In fact, all countries should have been made to have it so that we could have ended this pandemic. Now it keeps mutating. Yeah, I mean, as horror as you know, frustrating and hard to deal with as the lockdowns can be. Like it's kind of like a little bit of pain in the moment to have like greater freedom on the other side of that, right? Or we can do, you know, the thing where, you know, it's funny because people like Tim Pool, you'll always hear them talk about like the mob rule, like that you know, that like for instance locking up, you know, the guy that you know, unalived the homeless, the unhoused dude on the subway, right? Like, oh my God, where was I going with that? There was a relationship between that and that.
Tweeting that the New York Post story is mistaken. I've never, ever suggested that the COVID-19 virus was targeted to spare Jews. I accurately pointed out during an...
Yeah, Tim Pool claimed that the fact that the guy that I think his name was oh my God, I can't remember the dude's name now, but the guy that applied the choke that resulted in that in the man not being alive anymore, right? He arresting the fact that they arrested this dude after refusing to arrest him was an example of like mob rule. In other words, the police only did this because there was like so much pressure on them, you know, from people. A lot of the, you know, anemic response to the panini and to policies that would have worked to you know, to not just flatten the curve, but maybe like you know, end the spread of it altogether, right? It was due to, you know, the fact that people were just, you know, freaking out. Yeah, Daniel Penny.
Off-the-record conversation that the U.S. and other governments are developing ethnically targeted bioweapons, and that a 2021 study of the COVID-19 virus shows that COVID-19 appears to...
I accurately pointed out during an off-the-record interview that the U.S. and other governments are developing... Okay, so now here's the thing, right? Oh God, that'll get me in trouble, Paul Squall. Okay, so that's a claim right there, right? Is there any basis for this claim? A 2021 study of the virus shows that the virus disproportionately affects... Yeah, this is also the problem with lay people like reading studies and you know, making really strong interpretations from those readings, right? People that don't know, aren't scientifically literate, you know, interpreting, you know, studies in a way that's not supported by the authors of the studies.
Disproportionately affect certain races since the...
But when he's saying that, I accurately pointed out that the U.S. and other governments are developing... where is he getting this, right? is this just a conspiracy theory? Is there any basis for this? Is there any proof of this? But he's just going to throw it out there. And look, there's so much going on here. There's so much controversy around that maybe people aren't noticing that there's a claim there. There's a claim being made, a claim that's pretty wild, and that if it's true needs to be backed up with actual proof, right? He's talking about the study. The study's not about the claim about bioweapons. The study is about, you know, people's susceptibility, you know, to the susceptibility to the virus, and, you know, the relationship between that and ethnicity, or God. See, like, I don't even think that he's interpreted, like, right, the fact that he's talking about ethnicity and then he's naming groups that are decidedly not ethnicities, like, says to me that whatever study he's talking about, he doesn't understand.
And cleavage docking site is most compatible with blacks.
Yeah,
and
that study has nothing to do with the claim of bioweapons. So where is he getting the bioweapons claim, right?
Caucasians, and least compatible with ethnic Chinese, Finns, and Ashkenazi Jews.
But this is the danger of somebody saying something that is so effed up, so controversial, that the you know, there's claims within the claims that maybe aren't even being scrutinized, right? And like I said, with the conversation, you know, the whole issue with Rob Noor coming on the Hippy Dippy podcast and spreading transphobic tropes, the issue with that is people are just hearing this stuff and they're not hearing the pushback, because when Rob Noor says like 8 different transphobic tropes and like Demon Mama's in the other corner and pushes back against 3 or 4 of those tropes, right? You've now got 4 tropes that got put out there. People heard them and they never heard any pushback, right? And a lot of people are gonna like take that little bit of like, you know, those assertions as like, oh yeah, this is true, I heard that somewhere, right? I like, you know, this is a problem right there, is that these are brainworms, right? In other words, a lot of people heard this claim, and specifically because it was so controversial, and specifically because it got picked up by the New York Post, and specifically because, you know, so many people are talking about it and don't have the time to do this kind of deep dive and look at, like, let's take a look at every single claim that's being made and ask ourselves, is this claim supported, or is this just like something that RFK Jr. is saying? Right? And I'm trying to make that point real clear, right? We don't have confirmation of this, and this is not a trusted source. This is not a reliable narrator, right? So just pointing that out, right? That the bioweapons claim is there, and there's not really, you know, as far as we know, anything to it.
In that sense, it serves as a kind of proof.
That's why we should get news from Data Skirmish.
Concept.
Yeah, people are saying
For ethnically targeted bioweapons, I do not.
Is Rising going to do the right thing and say that this is a total conspiracy? Yo, Natalie, I think you and I both know the answer to that. I mean, I've got a very strong suspicion that they're going to fail to do their due diligence here, right? What do you think, though?
Not believe and never imply.
What do you think, chat? One in chat, if you don't have a lot of faith in the Rising to get this right.
That the ethnic effect was deliberately engineered. That study is here, and then he did, in fact, link to that study. Dr. Monica Gandhi, professor of medicine and infectious disease at the University of California, San Francisco, told the Post, no, I don't see any evidence that there was any design or bioterrorism, that anyone tried to design something to knock off certain groups.
Journalist Michael Schellenberger points out that RFK Jr. was right to raise the alarm about China's bioweapons program and the debate over bioweapons research, which includes research into vaccines to protect against them, and that's long overdue. Author of the public Substack, Michael Schellenberger, will be on with us tomorrow to discuss this more in depth.
So obviously this has generated furious media coverage, denunciation, more of the, you know, RFK Jr. is a kook, crazy person, saying all these crazy things. I think it's important to note the New York Times has a write-up of this, you know, debunking the claims he made there. Claims by which he said RFK Jr. said there's an argument for these things,
Right.
not necessarily that he was endorsing that
Right.
argument. The study he links to, so the New York Times points out in this article, well, first of all, this scientific journal entry doesn't make this claim about Ashkenazi Jews. It's not in there. But if you read down the whole story now, at the end, there's a little correction saying, oh, actually, I'm sorry, it does, in fact, say Ashkenazi Jews in there.
The article, I mean, whatever you want to say about RFK Jr., he tends to be lawyerly and precise about the language he uses.
Oh my God, Raven, thank you for the biddies. Just a reminder, there is no genetic component for race. Like, as far as we know, there is no race gene. Yeah, I mean, this is something that gets misunderstood by people.
And it can go both ways, right? There is a way that you can say, well, technically, I didn't say I believe this, but we should be generally concerned about bioweapons. We should be concerned about COVID. There is a paper that shows that the furon cleavage site doesn't exist in Ashkenazi Jews, without actually tying that all together into an argument that COVID was a bioweapon that was designed to spare is the word that the media keeps using, but that RFK Jr. did not use, to spare Ashkenazi Jews. And then there's another.
So here's an issue where the interpretation of what he's saying and what he's implying, right? Because the same words weren't used by RFK Jr., they're trying to accuse the media. And can I remind you that the media is sometimes an anti-Semitic dog whistle, right? I mean, I'm not saying anything about Brianna Joy Gray here, but this sort of distrust of the media, characterization of the media as being dishonest, and an association of the media as being controlled by certain groups is literally something that a certain mustachioed man from the 1930s did, right? This is classic anti-Semitic BS. Cornel West was right to say that RFK should take the crack pipe out of his mouth. Wait, didn't he say something that yes, exactly, Natalie, exactly, right? He didn't use the same word, but that interpretation of what he said is not wrong, right? This is just hugely dishonest, right? And you gotta ask, right? Okay, as I look around, like I said, as I look around YouTube, I see a lot of support from RFK Jr. As I look around Twitter, I see a lot of support for RFK Jr. When I look at the numbers in the Democratic primary for president, I don't really see that much. So here, let me look at it. Let me see what is our latest Real Clear Politics. Clear Politics Democratic primary. Latest polls. Oh my God. Yo. Okay, Wednesday, July 19th, we have a New Hampshire Democratic presidential primary poll run by UNH. The results are Biden 70, Kennedy 10, Williamson 4, right? Biden plus 60. Democratic presidential nomination. So this isn't just like New Hampshire, this is the whole country, right? Quinnipiac, right? Biden 71, Kennedy 14, Williamson 7, Biden plus 57. Monday, July 17th, 2024 Democratic presidential nomination. Biden 60, Kennedy 16. And I'm reading these to you in reverse chronological order, right? So the biggest spread for Biden was the most recent poll in New Hampshire. Second biggest, the most recent poll for Democratic presidential nomination, right? There's not a lot of support for Kennedy here, but I am seeing it on YouTube. I am seeing it on Twitter. Now, we can say that some of this stuff is from the fact that, like, Kennedy is useful to the Republican Party, useful in, if they useful is kind of like a way to attack Biden, right? So so there might be some Republicans that are that are out there supporting RFK Jr. and they're really going to vote for Trump or DeSantis or whatever. They don't really want Kennedy to win. They just want Kennedy to be a problem, right? But I don't think that that's even that big of a part of it, right? Like what is behind this Kennedy candidacy, right? That's the real conspiracy theory that I want to know about. That's a real conspiracy. Like, right, why does this guy appear to have so much support in digital spaces which can be and have been manipulated, right? What's behind that?
Way that this is being characterized as the other.
Yeah, 10% does sound like pretty high, right? But like understand also that a lot of the support from Kennedy is actually coming from it's actually coming from people who all they know is that like that's a Kennedy. Like maybe, and look, there's reason to be dissatisfied with Biden, right? Biden, isn't doing it for a lot of people. Biden is pretty, timid in terms of, what he could do versus what he does do. He's pretty moderate, right? There's reasons for people to be dissatisfied with Biden. So if you're A, dissatisfied with Biden, or B, you are a boomer and you have like a really positive association for the Kennedy name, right? Like I said, this is one of the dynasties of American politics, right? And it has a lot more favorability than say like the Clinton or the Bush dynasty, right? Which are kind of not super popular right now. So the Kennedy name is doing a lot. The more that people find out about this guy, probably the less he's going to be doing numbers. But I'm showing you that even with that name, even with it's not just the Kennedy name. He's named after his dad, right? RFK, who was assassinated, and a lot of people have positive associations with RFK. So that name's doing a lot of work for him. But even then, right, this isn't a large contingent of support for RFK. So where is all this support that we're seeing on YouTube, all this support that we're seeing on Twitter really coming from? That's the question I'm posing here.
Racial groups that are also.
It's apolitical Joe Rogan viewers. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like that's a possibility too. Well, not just that though, right? Like, I mean, I feel like you really got to look at who benefits from putting RFK in people's feeds.
Implicated in his statements, Chinese people.
Has Dorr endorsed RFK Jr.? I am not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. Kennedys were the closest thing to royalty America has had. A lot of boomers really got into that.
The Finn.
And like, can I remind you also, right? There's another connection, and that's QAnon. The QAnon cohort. They like to think that JFK Jr. didn't really die. He was hiding from the deep state. They like to look at Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, as being the last good Democrat, and they like somehow associate Donald Trump with that like lineage, right? That the Kennedy was, and like, they're right, legitimately, there's some very strange things that do not make sense about the way that JFK was unalived in Dallas, right? But it's a big QAnon thing, right? That's another thing that is kind of important to keep in mind.
Black people are being kind of shut out of this conversation. To characterize it, I think, as him saying,
well, and also like, why do you think that like? It does feel like statements like this are making a play for like a certain micro demographic within the Black community, right? And that has like kind of they're considering the history of how black people in this country have been treated by the medical establishment, right? There's, reason to be, untrusting, but it does feel like that, that's part of the, like I said, the thing that's targeted is the rhetoric of RFK Jr., right? And I think that part of that target is targeting like a subsection of black people out there to try to peel them away from Biden. It just
Something very specific about Jewish people.
that part of QAnon always seems to the hardest to square for. So yeah, that's a weird. Yeah, oh God, QAnon's so weird.
Being spared this disease in a way that taps into stereotypes,
right? Because there's
historical anti-Semitic stereotypes.
There's a long history of blaming the Jewish people for the Black Plague, right? You can go back.
Being kind of shut out of this conversation. To characterize it, I think, as him saying something very specific about Jewish people being spared this disease in a way that taps into stereotypes,
right? Because there's
historical anti-Semitic stereotypes.
There's a long history of blaming the Jewish people for the Black Plague, right? You can go back to medieval Middle Ages times, and so I think people ought to be.
Jimmy Dore made a video celebrating that they came for RFK Jr. and missed. Meaning the very woke RFK post. Well, the thing is, like, he's kind of a small target in terms of his support. There just like isn't that much like legitimate support, particularly within the Democratic Party, and the support that exists is support for the Kennedy name, and maybe secondarily for the name Robert F. Kennedy, right?
Very careful, because certainly there is anti-Semitism out there. There's also anti-Chinese sentiment, etc. And that, we're not races are not responsible for COVID-19 or other pandemics. We are trying to get to the bottom of who is responsible.
But how do you square that with RFK Jr.'s rhetoric, right? How do you square that, right? Do you think, Robbie, that was responsible, right? You have noted some very, some very important phenomenon, right? That suggest, in my mind, that kind of speculation, that kind of just throwing it out there, it's been said, there's a theory that maybe, right, is irresponsible.
There is a theory.
Bob Kennedy is seen as almost like a martyr in many places. Yeah. I mean, but because of the, assassinations of the two Kennedys in the 60s, that is. He said the people who are most immune, but not spare. He's contrasting that with its targeting Caucasians and black people.
That really, no one is responsible. It arose in natural animal spillover, and there's a theory that there are specific people responsible, people who funded dangerous research in unsafe lab conditions. This impugns our government. It impugns the Chinese government. It is certainly not. It's not race specific at all.
But if you're saying that there's like a beneficial, you're saying, okay, so there he is, Robbie, positing that this was the virus was like purposefully designed and leaked, right? That this wasn't an accident, this wasn't a bug, that this was a feature. That's what Robbie is saying right here. That I am hereby disavowing, in case anybody at YouTube is listening, right? I disagree with Robbie here. I think that what Robbie's saying is irresponsible, and I hope that your AI features designed to present the spread of conspiracy theories are picking up on that fact that I am in opposition to what Robbie says. And if anybody needs to get a copyright strike, it is The Rising, not the NCC. Okay. So, God, this is.
And shouldn't be made race specific. So I understand people's frustration.
Well, I love how he's like, look, if you're implying that this was done on purpose, this was designed this way on purpose, and it was leaked on purpose, right? Then what are people supposed to imply by you claiming that this group of people historically targeted, historically maligned and demonized and attacked, and victims of pogroms since for thousands of years, like how how is you implying that they are the beneficiaries of that, not irresponsibly feeding into those same conspiracy theories, right? That's what he's trying to.
Going in that
There's so much mental gymnastics going on here.
direction. But the study did. It is possible to have diseases that affect people based on where they are. I mean, sickle cell anemia, right, is more affects black people. Yeah, that is a reality.
Cystic fibrosis, yes, but
and I also want to know, why does the Hill have so much invested in this niche novelty candidacy of RFK Jr.? Like, what is their investment in this, right?
It's so funny.
Why are they going to the mat to defend what is, at the very least, an irresponsible, dog whistle towards anti-Semitism?
And not funny, but the irony is
that if this was by accident, this is a really harmful accident, right? If this is just him speaking, I don't know. I feel like I'm giving him too much credit here. I'm giving them way too much credit.
Democrats in the early days of the pandemic were so sensitive to the disproportionate effects that it was having on specifically black and brown communities, specifically the black community.
Right.
Black people were, it's like
that wasn't a, oh my God, wait, do we see what's wrong with this? I know somebody in chat sees what's wrong with this, right? Disproportionate effect on a community with less access to medical care, on a community with less access to wealth and good jobs, and more likelihood to be considered part of the oh my God, what were they called? There was like a name for workers who were not, like, the economy could not run without. Does anybody remember? Essential workers. Yeah. More likely to be in jobs where they're considered essential workers, right? There's a lot of reasons, real obvious and real reasons why black communities were disproportionately affected. But we're not talking about junk science genetics. We're talking about real reasons that the disease was more likely to spread, and that the medical care that these people would receive was sometimes substandard. And I mean, you've seen the difference between when Donald Trump gets the virus, right? He gets different medical care, than somebody without that kind of access, without that kind of wealth, without those kind of connections, without that office that he holds, right? Super racist to even vaguely suggest that COVID is targeted at black people. Yeah, especially that language, right, implies an intentional
a known. It's in fact the progressive thing to point out
and medical racism as well.
Black people were disproportionately dying from COVID, and there's a whole host of reasons that you can attribute to that.
Black people in the U.S. right? In Africa, did not have a particularly bad time with COVID,
exactly.
right?
So it's like a pre-existing condition issue.
Yeah.
It's having
Poverty,
low vitamin
obesity.
D before contracting COVID predicts bad health comes. All of these kinds of things go into it, but there was never the implication that pointing that out meant that you were racist, right? And so there is this interesting.
Well, you're allowed to point out.
So look, I haven't followed the Rising. We check in with the Rising because it's a very particular kind of political operation, right? It's a very particular bent, and their whole strategy of saying, but we've got a right winger and a left winger, and this is a Bernie campaign person, right, who's ostensibly very far left, and we're trying to we're trying to get around the establishment. We're trying to spread the news that the establishment, we check in with them for a very specific reason, right? I haven't looked that much at Brianna and Robbie's opinions about the niche political candidates like RFK Jr. But I wonder just how much how in support of his campaign Brianna is, right? And
racial differences until you're not.
That's what's a little confusing about this one. So again, I think that
he's just lying about the not in Africa and using. Well, yeah, he's not even citing, like, according to the blah 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 blah. Right? He's just kind of throwing it out there. Excuse to invent some idea about obesity. Yeah, when she's talking about pre-existing conditions.
Him yada yada yadaing.
Oh wait, I didn't even catch that. Zara, you're right. I see what you. So that's what he's. That's what he's. Oh my God. Yeah.
Like saying a series of things in a row without, even though if he technically didn't say this, the vaccine, the virus was designed to target this population and we know it was a bioweapon. Obviously, putting things out there in a sequence might lead people to that conclusion. And if you want to very strongly say that you're not drawing any conclusions, that you're just saying that these are things that people should be concerned about more broadly, then you should probably make that clarification. And now he has.
Yeah, Zara, there's a phrase, there's like a term for that, right?
And the media is not interested in that. Probably
the kind of stress that comes from experiencing racism and its very real effects on health.
The same reason that the media is not interested in giving him a lot of grace in other circumstances. But I do think he has to take responsibility on.
Okay. I mean, slight sigh of relief. There's like some accountability coming from Brianna. Maybe, I don't know.
On sometimes using lawyerly language in a way to say
lawyerly language. We're talking about weasel words, right? Straight up. Look, like lawyers get like a bad rap, and they're not all attorneys like are. Weasel language, weasel words come from a lot of different places, and
technically truthful things that could be.
She's an attorney, right? So
taken out of context in a way that is inaccurate and potentially even dangerous. That being said, there are people who are acting as though the possibility of the development of bioweapons is the crazy part. That the scientists.
No, he didn't say the possibility. He made a claim. He made an unsupported claim, right? If you make a claim and there's no support from it, what is that other than injecting a conspiracy theory out into the world, right? Yes, like that could be happening. Yes, there's a military-industrial complex. Yes, it is amoral at best. And yes, things like, bioweapons like exist, and this is a possible way that they could be created, but he didn't just say a possibility. He made a fucking claim, okay?
Scientific study that shows that certain ethnic groups don't have this fear and cleavage side.
Mixed Weasel, Esquire, attorney at law.
Is the crazy part. The Amish were part of his statement as well, and they're being kind of erased from this because I think
the Amish were part of his statement? Really? Where did you see that?
The idea of there being a specific ethnic attack on the Amish isn't as kind of sexy in the media play.
What? Where did he talk about the Amish exactly, Shakespeare?
As obviously charges of anti-Semitism, which for obvious reasons people are very.
Is she like implying that people like care about Jewish people but not? I don't know. God damn. Like, what's she saying? What is she saying? Exactly, Chromatic Mage.
Very sensitive to, and they should
ethnically
be. But the way this is being framed, the repeated use of the phrase, he said it would spare the Jews. It almost feels like the media is creating language that will make it more make what he said more controversial than it is. When I don't think that's necessary to have.
Yeah, she's saying like people only care because he said Jews.
Critique of his slipperiness with some of these theories here.
Sure, and we can't just try on the whole weapon, the labs.
I don't think that's necessary to have some critique of his slipperiness with some of these theories here.
Sure, and we
more controversial than it is. When I don't think that's necessary to have some critique of his slipperiness with some of these theories here.
Sure.
God, Miss Nuance over here, right?
And we can't just
Well, there may
on the
be
whole.
some slipperiness to his words and theories. Like, it's, oh my God.
Bio weapon, the labs. Michael Schellenberger in his post about this, and I can't wait to talk
Yeah,
more
Spear is an appropriate antecedent to target. Exactly.
about this with him tomorrow. Points out all the exceptions in official international laws that govern whether you can have deadly pathogens in labs. There's all these kinds of exceptions. Obviously, we can't just trust. We know.
Yeah, look, if there's anything that's getting glossed over here, it's what Shakespeare is just saying about this, like, like anti-Semitic and yellow peril, like, right, as in the sense of demonizing like Chinese people, which again, China's a multi-ethnic state. It's not ethnicity. Being Chinese is not an ethnicity.
Unfortunately, we can't just trust the scientific community not to go meddling in things they shouldn't meddle with. Barack Obama paused the gain-of-function research, decided this was too dangerous and it can't be done anymore. And Fauci signed off on them doing it anyway because there was some technical language for exceptions, national security exceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now this is more conspiracy talk. Gain-of-function, right? Remember where we ran into that? Oh my God, I hate covering this because, like, that last time I got a copyright, or not a copyright, the last time I got a community strike was from covering Project Veritas's like sting operation around the concept of the gain of function. Like, that's what they were talking about. So
you can drive a Mack truck through the hole created by those.
Right.
So it's just like, I don't believe you're not crazy if you just
until he was just waiting to say some anti-science BS.
If you're not going to take for granted the word of the U.S. health officials or the WHO that, oh no, this is never being done and there's no kind of dangerous pathogens being held anywhere. Like, we know that's not true.
Yes, in fact.
No, wait. Yeah, we do know that's not true, but that's not freaking controversial, Robbie. That's not freaking controversial at all.
I was trying to look into this and read some of the articles that.
No. Like, seriously, who is trying to tell you that, like, nowhere around the world are there any labs that are studying dangerous pathogens? They only study the safe one. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. This is an absolute straw man. What does the expression "circle the drain" mean? Well, like, look, when you've got a drain and, like, let's say you've got like a stopper in the drain, right? Then all the liquid in the sink or other place, right? It's going to stay in there. When you pull the stopper, then the liquid starts to go down the drain, and as it does, it creates like a spiral vortex pattern, right? And so if there was something we imagine, like, in the water or in the liquid, right, whatever it is, like there's something in there, right, in the toilet, let's say, it might actually kind of circle the drain before it gets sucked down. So what I'm saying is that, like, this is the beginning of the end for a niche legacy candidate who at one time may have been supposedly like an environmental activist and is now a conspiracy monger. More and more people are going to realize this is not just like, I am voting for the concept of Kennedy-ness here. They're going to realize I'm voting for conspiracy theories. And, the people that like that, they can go and vote for it. Most of them are in the Republican Party. Most of them are going to be just fine with Donald Trump, right? So, but the few people, the few boomers out there that were like, oh, cool, a Kennedy. Well, I don't like Biden either. I don't like Biden anyway. Let's get rid of Biden and get a Kennedy in there. Kennedys are great. Let's have a Kennedy again. It's been a while since, like, we had a Kennedy. Let's put a Kennedy, like, right? It's just his name. That's the 10% that he's got, is mostly confused boomers that that see his name, and particularly the fact that he's named after his father, who is still beloved by many in the baby boom generation. That that they're I don't think they're confused. I don't think that they think that they're voting for like RFK Sr. or anything like that. But they are assuming a certain level of continuity between the ideals and the ideology of their of the Kennedys of yore, right? People are starting to realize that this is a conspiracy candidacy, and those that are not interested in buying the BS that is being sold by RFK are gonna be, dipping out.
RFK Jr. was referencing to support what he was saying about the existence of this cleavage site in some groups versus others.
Look, if we want to talk, if you want to talk about the bizarre circumstances of the death of RFK's father and uncle, that's fine, right? But if you're gonna support an anti-Semitic candidate, you can fuck straight off with that. All right? Not in my chat.
And then to look at,
that's the conspiracy theory we're talking about now, not the very the very reasonable conspiracy that there was something funny about the assassinations of these two men in the 1960s, right? That's the real conspiracy theory is just to think that no, this is just a straightforward you had this guy Oswald, and he shot from the grassy knoll or whatever the hell, right? That's some conspiracies, there's reason to suspect these things, right? But this kind of racially tinged conspiracy theory that targets Jewish people and Asian people in a time where they're already being targeted, where anti-Semitism and xenophobia are already being mainstreamed, that's a bridge too far.
At counter evidence and other kinds of medical journals, and I found one report from 2020 that was making the case for why COVID-19 was not a bioweapon. But the article was making two.
Okay, so if your point is that conspiracy, a conspiracy is a agreement between more than between two or more people, right? To work together in secret, right? And does that happen? Yeah, it does happen. And there's a whole function. We talked about this. Oh my God, I think going back to 2020, right? We were talking about conspiracies in terms of the allegations about voting, right? And that the whole point of that was that a conspiracy is either going to have a few people or it's going to have a lot of people, right? The more people that are involved in the conspiracy, in other words, the more people that know what's secretly going on, the more likely that conspiracy is to be divulged. The less people who are involved, the less that they can do, because there's only the smallest conspiracy would be two people, right? And if there's only two people, there's a limit to how sorry if I misunderstood you too, Maximilian. Right, so I'm definitely not somebody that says that conspiracies can't happen, but that I will point out that there's a natural limit in that you're either going to err on the side of there not being very many people behind a conspiracy, so there's a limit to the size and scope that the conspiracy can occupy, or that there's a lot of people that are aware of the conspiracy, and in that case it's more likely that that conspiracy will be divulged. So
2 points in tandem, that it wasn't a bioweapon and that it also could not possibly have been lab leak theory. And so at that point, you're like, well, I wish we lived in a world where I could say, oh, here's the scientific consensus and it's unimpeachable and they're never wrong and all of this stuff. And I could just say, well, RFK Jr. is obviously wrong about this or what have you. But that's not the way it works.
I never believed in the JFK assassination conspiracy theory. I mean, is there one? I don't think there's a theory, right? There's a lot of theories. right? Some of them involve the mafia, some of them involve Cuba, some of them involve the CIA, some of them involve multiple of these entities, right? So, it's like, look at how she throws a bone for her co-host to her co-host claims. Yeah, you can see who's the who's you can see kind of which side the hill is favoring by the deference that she treats Robbie with, right?
That's not the way science has ever worked. Consistencies can build over time. That is why we use the word theory in the scientific context. And I do worry, like I have some.
I'm just saying that I'm a lot more willing to entertain somebody saying that there were some funny things about the assassinations of JFK and RFK than I am somebody, saying that like the virus like spared certain ethnicities or spared certain groups, right?
Empathy for the idea of wanting to say, hey,
also a lot of 9/11 truth. Yeah, and some of those are anti-Semitic too. Yeah, 9/11 truth or conspiracy.
Research, generally speaking, is something that's scary and that is ongoing. We're having a national
theory in this context is an incorrect usage.
Conversation about whether to send weapons that we
theories are generally a little bit like more put together than
we know are deeply dangerous to children, cluster bombs, and to civilians across the world. And there's no skepticism about what those can do, and we're doing it anyway, and we're being gaslit about the wisdom.
Like, in some ways, what Shakespeare is saying is that like the discussion of biolabs and such, it's more akin to like a myth. Right, and I'm not using myth in the pejorative. I'm using myth as like a narrative that gets told. That like right.
Yes. So in that context,
she's comparing this to cluster bombs. Oh my God, there's so much in this, right? We can't even get through like a simple rising because there's just like.
Across the world, and there's no skepticism.
Do we need to watch what Jimmy Dore said about this too?
Skepticism about what those can do, and we're doing it.
Should we check in on a friend of the VOD, Jimmy Dore?
Anyway, and we're being gaslit about the wisdom of that. So in that context, people are going to be curious about these kinds of issues, and I do think when you're having the paper record shut it down, the New York Times.
I'm sorry if I'm a little bit tightly wound about this chat, but I'm really concerned about the way that the PR ploy to mainstream anti-Semitism, to launder anti-Semitism, right? To sanitize these irresponsible, like, conspiracy, I don't even want to say theories, it's just like
writing these pieces that they have to immediately offer corrections on because
narratives, I guess.
Turns out that RFK Jr. wasn't pulling all of this out of his behind.
That author we had on a couple weeks ago who wrote that book about lab leaks in general.
No, like he got it some of it from misreading like scientific literature that he didn't quite understand. And some of this is like, I don't know. This is just.
Well, she said something so interesting, which was that in past lab leaks, even if they happen in
RFK Jr. wasn't pulling all of this out of his, and we're doing it anyway, and we're being gaslit about the wisdom of that. So in that context about what those can do, and we're doing it anyway, and we're being gaslit about the wisdom to send weapons that we know are deeply dangerous to children, cluster bombs, and to civilians across the world. And there's no skepticism about what those can do, and we're doing it anyway, and we're being gaslit about the wisdom of that. So in that context, people are going to be curious about these kinds of issues, and I do think when you're having the paper record shut it down. The New York.
Yeah, I don't know why she's bringing in cluster bombs into this discussion. I don't see. Does anybody understand? Like what is the? Non-scientists, etc., are not experts and do not have the literacy to understand these studies.
New York Times writing these pieces that they have to
Except for all the skepticism about cluster bombs, I watched an hour-long anti-cluster bomb coverage last week. She is ignoring all of it.
Immediately offer corrections on because it turns out that RFK Jr. wasn't pulling all of this out of his behind.
That author we had on a couple weeks ago who wrote that book about lab leaks in general, she said something so interesting, which was that in past lab leaks, even if they happen in what was it, anthrax in the Soviet Union, when that happens, of course the government tries to cover it up and says it didn't come out of a lab, and then scientific experts in this community of researchers, even who are not on the payroll of that government but are elsewhere, maybe even rival governments, will back up the idea that it was not a lab leak because they have the same incentives to say it did not emerge from a lab.
Right.
And that is, I think, and that's happened over and over again. And that's why we can't.
Look, it's not likely. It's not bloody likely. Okay. It's like you're not gonna make any strong conclusions about for sure where it emerged from, but we have, likely vectors and we have less likely vectors, and this lab theory is among the less likely.
Just intrinsically trust everything we hear from these people every single time without a little bit of skepticism and pushback.
Yeah.
Well, RFK Jr. also tweeted...
This is like a WIC panel. Yeah, I could see that.
This on the matter. How devious are the MSM attack dogs? Here is the question New York Post Jonathan Levine asked my press office. What do you say to critics who might think saying coronavirus was a bioweapon made to kill white and black but spare Jews might be anti-Semitic? Kennedy also demanded that the Post apologize and retract the, quote, inflammatory article.
He then shared a video with Rabbi Shmuley.
I don't answer.
Okay, now wait. Is this the whole thing of like I can't be anti-Semitic because I fuck with Rabbi Shmuley, right? Like, is this what's going on here? Is this a fig leaf for RFK Jr.?
The phone on the Sabbath. I saw that my phone was exploding with messages, ding, ding, ding over the Sabbath. I
can't be anti-Semitic. I have a rabbi friend.
That the reason I was getting these messages is that my good friend Robert Kennedy Jr.
My good friend, who is definitely not anti-Semitic. No, God, no.
Quoted by various publications as allegedly saying that the COVID-19 vaccine was.
Oh, wait, that's not like I don't really know that much about Rabbi Shmuley, but is he not supposed to be looking at his phone on Shabbat? Is that like a, is that a rule that he lives by? Is that part of his
a bioweapon? And I saw that Jewish groups started condemning him as an anti-Semite.
I should say, Jonathan...
How could you not be worried about this? Maybe he's Reform? He's ultra-Orthodox? Yeah, so definitely no... Wow, there we got it, right?
Levine, the reporter here for the New York Post, is a friend of mine. I know him. He's done a lot of good work in the past. From a journalistic standpoint, I don't know what the setup of this event was. RFK Jr. has said it was like off the record and has implied that this was breaking some kind of protocol.
Right.
I don't know specifically what happened here. Often it is the case, right, though, that a person will say something and later say, oh, by the way, this is off the record. You have to clarify from a journalistic standpoint off the record first. Again, I know this reporter, and I would think he'd be pretty careful with this, so I cannot speak to, like, the journalistic aspect of this. It may very well be that while they had wished it was...
He's literally called America's rabbi?
It's off the record. It was not set up as an off-the-record interview, so I do just have to put that out.
Yeah, but it's also worth noting that I think I saw a lot of left criticism that was almost as frustrated or more frustrated with RFK Jr. for choosing again to foreground Rabbi Shmuley with his politics that are, I think, fairly characterized explicitly as Zionist and not especially sensitive to the interests and needs of Palestinian people. And the continued relationship between RFK Jr. and Rabbi Shmuley, recall obviously that he was deployed during his last gaffe. I don't think it's a gaffe.
Wait, deployed during Kennedy's last gaffe?
When he initially threw some support behind Roger Waters of Pink Floyd.
Oh, wait. Oh, when Kennedy supported Roger Waters?
For some of his politics, and then was also accused of anti-Semitism for that. He did a tete-a-tete with Rabbi Shmuley as part of his rehabilitation campaign, and the left was at that point, skeptical if he could really advance left interest in the region if he is picking allies and bedfellows with someone as conservative as Rabbi Shmuley is. I also just want to say that last quote that we read, the framing from the Post. What do you say to critics who might think saying coronavirus was a bioweapon made to kill white and black but spare Jews might be anti-Semitic?
When did you stop beating your wife?
Exactly. Also, the argument, if you want to characterize this argument, was that coronavirus was potentially a bioweapon.
No. Look, I don't know anything about this journalist, all right? But that is not a biased question. That's a tough question. That's the kind of question that journalists are supposed to. She called that when did you stop beating your? That's yo. Okay, so do you know what the reference is, right? So if you want to talk about like an example of a bad faith question, right? It's like, when did you stop beating your wife, right? Because to answer that question, to literally answer that question, like implies like admitting to something very bad, right? That if you didn't do that, there's no answer for you, right? When did you stop? Well, if you didn't commit domestic abuse, then there's no, you can't give an answer to that question. You have to answer another question, which wasn't asked, which was, the more neutral question. Did you, commit this act? And you say no, right? But like, there's just no answer to that question, right? That's why that's a bad faith question, right? This is not a when did you stop beating your wife question. That's not what's going on here, right? What do you say to critics who might think that saying, okay, so if I'm RFK, God, this is horrible to think of, but the answer to that is like, I didn't say it was a bioweapon. I said that bioweapons exist, and and that people are saying that it might have been made to target this group and not that group. That's not me. That was me reporting what else has been said, right? If I'm piece of shit Robert F. Kennedy and I want to answer that question in a way that doesn't portray me in a bad light, that's how I answer the question. There is a solution to that, right? There is not a solution to the when did you stop beating your wife, right? Because like answering the question is you can't answer the question without admitting to the thing that that you didn't do, right? So God. Yeah, I never so you admit that you beat somebody. There we go.
That disproportionately.
The idea of media attack dogs is literally anti-Semitic. Yeah, so is it tying back into that like lying press, sort of trope? Henry Ford bought his own newspaper to print anti-Semitic filth and used similar words.
Affects whites and
blacks. Oh, so we're talking about Henry Ford, not anybody in Germany.
Blacks. But disproportionately doesn't affect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Jewish people.
So yeah, the Lügenpresse, the German word that Shakespeare's quoting there, that is a word that the Nazis used to disparage the press during prior to World War II.
Chinese people and Amish people and Finnish people. Mm-hmm. So it does feel like it's being weighted in a way that is suspicious. I mean, like, if you have...
And Trump has definitely uttered the words, like uttered some real... So essentially synonyms to Lügenpresse. Like, it just means lying media, lying press, right?
Supremacy.
Issue. I mean,
coming for us all.
And again, I understand why. There are these anti-Semitic tropes, but... does it do anything to the idea?
No, it's not just that there are these anti-Semitic tropes. These anti-Semitic tropes, they're being laundered. They're being that envelope is being pushed, and there's an attempt being made to normalize those tropes again. Please, Brianna, let's not just say that there are, I guess, maybe, but who really believes in those? Way too many people. Nick Fuentes was trending on Twitter the other day, right? This is not a dead meme. This is not a historical matter. This is a very active matter. This is something that we have to be on guard about, and not something that we can just say, well, I guess that maybe, you know, no, this is a real concern. This is not something you could just hand wave away.
That he might have been talking about science, that all of these groups were included. In addition
that came from an anti-Semitic track from Martin Luther.
To Ashkenazi Jews. What about Sephardic Jews? What role does that play in the argument that this is an anti-Semitic trope? And also, are we concerned that it keeps being characterized as as him saying the virus was designed to spare those groups, as opposed to and the implication is it was designed to spare the people who...
Yeah, this will result in horrific things in the future. And like, look, what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said was horrific, right? But what Brianna and Robbie are doing here is normalization of that horrific thing. So they're playing a part in the propagation of you know, dangerous rhetoric, dangerous anti-Semitic rhetoric. Like, there's no two ways about it. I feel like she just doesn't understand how things work. My brain hurts trying to follow her line of reason, and he is just a hog, true.
Ostensibly, allegedly.
And like, there's so much in what she's doing that, like, look, she got this feeling. I feel like she just learned all the wrong lessons, like so many other people from the Bernie campaign, right? And the lesson that she seems to have taken to heart is that, and this is true, right? Bernie would have appealed to some people that are now Trump voters, right? And maybe you could find some people that just need their class conscious spoken to and are receptive to that, right? And Trump's, you know, false class consciousness is appealing to them, and Bernie's, you know, real class consciousness would have been more appealing to them, right? Maybe there's some people like that, right? But what she's ignoring is that there are people that, you know, that Bernie's campaign spoke to out of misogyny, right? There are people that Bernie's candidacy spoke to, you know, that their support of Bernie had more to do with a hatred of Hillary Clinton, and not for the right reasons, right? There's reasons to dislike Hillary Clinton. Like, she's not a you know, left candidate at all. She's a very centrist candidate. She's a very compromised candidate, and you know, not a particularly strong candidate either, right? If you're just looking at it from you know, wanting to win the election or wanting to stop Trump from winning the election, like, Hillary is not your gal. But you know, that she's learned the wrong lessons from this, and seems to still be going about politics with this misbegotten notion that there is a meaningful alliance that can be made with elements of the right. And those elements that she's trying to forge an alliance with are monstrous, right? Are dangerous, and, you know, only seem okay as long as you don't have that particular, like, vulnerability to their biases and bigotry. Yeah, this is sad stuff. This is depressing. Brianna is essentially, wait, somebody, oh my god, did I respond to somebody mentioning Brianna earlier and, like, guess that it was Brianna Wu? I think they were probably talking. I don't know why why I didn't make the connection that we're talking about this Brianna and not the other Brianna, who's got her own problems, but
made it, the Chinese,
right?
And that there might be an incidental effect on other groups.
I feel like she just doesn't understand. Yeah,
like, I mean, it's the argument that they were like, we got to save the Amish.
She's a confirmed Vosh enjoyer
from the coronavirus. I mean, the logic is all over the place, and this starts to feel like a little bit of a mess.
Your logic is all over the place. You're doing mental gymnastics, and like,
messy
very
argument.
messy.
I won't use smear, but like a little bit of a messy argument.
Yo, it's messy, all right, but in the exact opposite way of how you're representing it.
That might be politicized more than it would be if he were somebody else.
Yep. Well, that's our take. Let us know how you think about this.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And look, oh my God, these comments are terrible. This is depressing. Should we risk it for the biscuit? Should we look at what Dora said? Oh my God, I haven't watched an actual Jimmy Dore like segment in forever. When she brings up Sephardic Jews, it's literally what anti-Semites bring up to call Ashkenazi Jews as being faked from the Khazars and not related to the ancient. Yeah, the blood sort of. Jimmy Dore. Supposedly he has a segment on this. We watched him last night. His debate with Sam Cedar from 2016. A very different guy back then. Still problematic. You can see the inklings of what he became in what he was. But yeah, a lot of lab leak conspiracy mongering here. Got Hunter Biden. There we go. Wait. If anybody wants to see the Jimmy Dore comedy act, apparently he's touring.
Look at that nice. This is a nice one, though. I'm being smeared with a bigger, better group of people. Look, it says Jim.
What is up with his camera? Does anybody notice the difference between the risings? Like it feels like now. I mean, I kind of know what's going on here, right? Like from as a content creator, but like if I was just didn't know anything about cameras or video or anything like that, I would say like it feels kind of like there's a little bit of petroleum jelly smeared on the lens.
Jimmy Dore, Glenn Greenwald, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are just parroting Kremlin propaganda. So they'll never not this.
Wait. This is 4 days ago. Is this not the same thing? It sounded like what Brianna mentioned. So there's like a New Republic takedown of Glenn Greenwald, RFK Jr. and Jimmy Dore that they're making fun of here. This seems to be about Russia. This seems to not be about like.
I don't see it.
Oh, I'll find it. So, by the way, look at the ratio. So this is the New Republic. They put out 1,320 hit piece on RFK likes. Nobody read the article. And the military-industrial complex, I would say. So does the New Republic considered like this? My new favorite thing is watching Democrats lock out RFK.
I mean, and he's got a point in the sense that like the New Republic represents a constituency of moderate centrists, which doesn't really. Well, you know what? It does though. It exists on the Democratic side. It doesn't. It doesn't exist on the Republican side anymore. Like, right, you do have the Lincoln Project, but it's just like it's a cause without a constituency.
Jr., the only anti-war, free speech, lifelong liberal, and then claimed democracy. Roe versus Wade could soon fall, and Jill Stein supporters made him the all-powerful Jill Stein. But they get the corporate money. Everyone I don't like is a Russian spy.
Okay.
Not the United States, and he's bullshit hit job on me. This guy, or give him a, hey, come see us on tour. We'll be in Baltimore.
Okay, so I mean, this is different. I'm like, so look, I would be utterly shocked to find out that Jimmy Dore didn't cover this. Seriously, like what? Did he really not cover this? Oh god, he's doing more anti-trans content, of course. Because of course he is. RFK Jr. refused to attack Trump or... Biden's sinister plan to trick young people into voting for him. Oh, here we go. Thank you. God, this is it. Oh no.
So Reason
Oh no, it's like 35 minutes.
Magazine.
Don't worry, we're not gonna watch this all. Wait, what? 6 days ago? Wait, this was before, right? Okay, so he's talking about Reason Magazine. He really didn't cover this. That's wild. Wait, was he on vacation or something? Yeah, July 13th. I think this was before that leak. Seriously? Like, this is right up Jimmy Dore's alley. I am utterly surprised if indeed he did not cover this. I mean, it kind of saves me from having to watch more Jimmy Dore, though. I'm not saying I'm mad. I just thought for sure. Yo, he must have gone on vacation or something, right? Yeah, maybe it's in the editing department right now. Yeah, that's wild. Okay, well, there's no Jimmy Dore video on this.
Hey, they're collecting.
RFK was at a and you know we haven't gotten too much of this.
So look, if you hopefully you're not too tired of me covering RFK yet. Buffy, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't remember, oh, thank you. Yeah, you don't remember buying the bits, but have them anyway. Thank you so much. So yeah, like we're gonna finish up this, I guess, with the majority report, this whole leak from RFK's campaign. There was another leak, right? You might be surprised to hear. There was another leak associated with RFK Jr.'s campaign, right? But this was a leak of a different variety. This was more of a gaseous leak, if you know what I'm saying. We'll get to that in a second.
But we're going to be, you know.
But not before I mentioned that the top of the hour ad break is coming. I know not when. It could be in 6 minutes from now. It could be in, what, 21... No, it would, yeah, 21 minutes from now. I'm not exactly sure. But what I am sure of is that if you don't have a little Persona 2 icon next to your face, you are going to be subject to that ad break. You're going to get that ad break. You're going to be served with ads. And you're going to miss whatever I'm saying. Even if I'm talking about the other leak that happened in the RFK campaign, you might be a little lost in figuring out what that's about. So I want to give you some advice of how you might be able to avoid getting lost in that ad break. One way is if you have an Amazon Prime, you can hook it up to Twitch. You hook it up to Twitch, you get a free Amazon Prime sub. You can use it just the same as any other sub. And oh my God, I'm under 100 again. Yeah, I'm kind of in. This is like a bad time for this to happen during my whole issues with like housing and stuff like that. That I'm not able to stream for a week, and yeah, every moment that a sub expires, it goes out of the. We started at 102, now we're down to 94. That means that 8 subs expired during this time. So like it's bad for me too, right? You can do that with an Amazon Prime sub. It does just as much good for me as a normal sub would, and it does just as much good for you as a normal sub would, in that it gets you out of that top of the hour or bottom of the hour or both of the hour, both of the half-hour ad breaks, right? Another way you can take care of that is if you do have $5 to spend on desktop or $6 to spend on iPhone, you can buy yourself a gift, or you can buy yourself a sub and thus get out of the ad break. And the third way is a little bit less, it's a little bit of a roll of the dice, but I want to mention it anyway in case some of you are in a position where you don't have Amazon Prime and you can't really afford to buy yourself a sub. You can maybe just talk and chat a lot and make good points, and somebody might see you doing that. They might see that you don't have a little Persona 2 icon by your name, and they might take pity on you, and they might give you a gift sub. So that's the way those are the ways that both I can survive this kind of tough summer that I'm having here, and all these unexpected expenses that I incurred through no fault of my own. And that you can get out of the ad breaks, which I'm sure are very annoying.
Going out to candidates that are, not
the Kid Not Ken video.
Nominally on the left, because it's increasingly hard for me.
That's in relation to Anna Kasparian, right?
To think that RFK is on.
Nice to hear, Faye Molly.
On the left in terms of some of his positions. To be honest with you. I think he's probably, to large part qualifies as some, a lot of his positions are center left, but a lot of them are.
Anonymous gifter. Yosiel, you just got a gift sub from an anonymous gifter, and it also makes a really nice sound. If you like ASMR, if you like the sound of bubbles, if you like the look of jellyfish on my screen, if you want to make something happen on my screen, that's another reason to give a sub, gift or otherwise. It'll usually appear like that, and I don't know, it gives me a nice little break too. But thank you, anonymous gifter. That was very kind of you, both to myself, and I'm sure Yosiel appreciates not having to sit through 2 ad breaks every hour as well.
Center right and right, frankly, in my opinion, and I'm surprised by it, to be honest with you.
I mean, it makes a little more sense though,
okay, so
that when Roger Stone's boosting your campaign.
And RFK was at a.
So Sam knows RFK. Sam's, I think, referring to the Ring of Fire podcast that he used to be on, along with RFK Jr. and Farron Cousins. This was in a different time. This was pre Panini. This was RFK was kind of a different dude. A lot of the things that the conspiracy mindedness of that he displays now wasn't showing up back then. So Sam saw fit to do a podcast with him, and the Hacker Anonymous. Yeah, was it the Hacker Group Anonymous that gave those?
We haven't gotten too much of this, but we're gonna be.
You watched Ring of Fire back then? Yeah, I remember it was pretty good. I think the thing is that like Sam's been to law school. Farron Cousins is a lawyer, and is RFK Jr. a lawyer as well? So you got 3 people with some degree of expertise in the law talking about related subjects.
Going out to candidates that are nominally on the left, because it's increasingly hard for me to think that RFK is on the left in terms of some of his positions, to be honest with you. I think he's probably, to large part qualifies as some, a lot of his positions are center left, but a lot of them are center right and right.
And I would say that more importantly than his beliefs, right? His allegiance is to the right. His bread is buttered on the right, right? His purpose is to help the right. And so
frankly, in my opinion, and I'm surprised by it, to be honest with you.
I mean, it makes a little more sense, though, that when Roger Stone's boosting your campaign.
And Judd Legum did a great piece on a lot of his financial support is coming from the right. Now, there's
surprisingly, his campaign backers are on the right, huh? Who would have thought?
Always that theory.
Like, why do you think he felt like safe, like making that anti-Semitic, like espousing that anti-Semitic conspiracy in that room full of backers and donors? Not because they're on the left, right? A left-wing group of people, like, and even like, look, even some of those people, like we saw some people kind of have double takes. Some people sitting right next to him were not super pleased with what he was saying. Even on the right, even if you believe in that stuff, you kind of maybe try to not say the quiet part out loud. He absolutely said the quiet part out loud in this.
There's always that theory that, like, oh, we're going to promote.
Wait, is that a sound? Yes, it is. Max Secular. Thank you for the resubscription. Hey, NCC. Hey, chat, says Max Secular. Hey, Max Secular, says NCC.
A primary candidate.
Hype train is close. Is it really? Oh, I need to turn it on, the thing on, so I can detect hype trains when they arrive at the station. Look at that. Is it gonna show me? Is it gonna show me the hype train is close? Yeah, you got 26 seconds if you want a little something different. If you want a little diversion to make that hype train happen. I think one more person donating bits, more person donating a sub or buying a sub or what have you will actually activate that hype train
In the Democratic
Party. If you miss it, then you got to hit that trifecta again. I think that's what it is. It's like a 1, 2, 3 combo is what gets you that hype train.
Party, because it's going to create chaos. I am personally in favor.
Oh, do we miss
of primary challenges to Democratic incumbents. We could talk more about that and in a different context. But
yeah, I would have supported Bernie if he did it in 2012, like people said he hinted at.
Without a doubt.
So what Sam's talking about is, like, primary challenges to moderate Democrats, right? That even if you're in a situation where a lot of times, especially when there's an incumbent involved like Biden, there's not really a chance that Biden is gonna there's not much of a chance that Biden would be displaced on the ticket, right? That's not gonna happen. But what can happen is what's called a message candidacy. A primary opponent arises, does better than expected, right? And essentially it's almost like a petition, right? All these people supported this other candidate, meaning that Democratic candidate, if you want to solidify your support, if you want to solidify your base, you should think of these issues that the message candidate is putting forward, right? And with Bernie, you had I think in 2016, Hillary was considered inevitable, even though she was not she was not an incumbent or anything like that. She was so established within the Democratic Party that people were making the assumption not just that she would win the nomination, but it was assumed that she would win the presidency. That is how established, like Hillary Clinton was. So Bernie Sanders looked around and said, Liz, are you going to run? Are you going to run? Liz, it's your time. It's your moment. Elizabeth Warren, I'm talking to you. Run, right? At the very least, as a message candidate, even if you don't, come close to beating Hillary in the polls, aggregating your supporters, aggregating people that have a problem, that think that Hillary Clinton is too moderate on some issues, might drive Hillary Clinton to the left. Liz, you should do this. And Elizabeth Warren says, I don't want to be blacklisted. If I run against it's Hillary's time. She's got next, right? If I get in the way of that, right? And this would be the second time that Hillary had next that she got displaced, right? I'm gonna have a huge target on my back, right? I don't want that. I do want to be president, but I think that I can run in 2024 after 8 years of Hillary. That was her calculation, and Bernie's like disgusted. So you mean we're not going to have anybody significant to the left run against Hillary Clinton? F it. I'll do it, right? So Bernie Sanders became the message candidate, and you saw what happened, right? That message candidate won primaries. That message candidate solidified a lot of support. That message candidate resonated with a lot of people, and had an effect, right? So that's what Sam's talking about, the utility of running somebody against even a Democratic incumbent, right? In order to give them reason to move to the left.
But I'm talking like just broadly, without even knowing the names of the candidates.
Yeah.
I support primary challenges. I will be against certain people in that, like if, Joe Manchin was to run against Joe Biden in the Democratic Party, I would be against it.
Yeah.
I just love democracy.
But I do think
Look, now I know exactly when they're coming. So look, I'm going to let you know right now, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds, right, before that ad break starts. If you don't have a little Persona 2 icon by your name, and you can check right now by chatting, right? If you chat, you'll see, do you have a sub or do you not have a sub? Maybe you have a gifted sub that, got gifted to you a long time ago and you still have it. Maybe it just ran out, right? Maybe you were one of the 8 people that got taken out of the sub points just now, right? And if you are one of those people, you're going to get that ad break in a minute. So you've got a minute to either use an Amazon Prime or to use a... Or to buy a sub for yourself, either for $5 on desktop or $6 on iPhone. And the other possible way is just to pop up in chat, say something, and hope that Anon or somebody has your back and sees you there, doesn't want you to suffer through that ad break, and gives you a sub. But yeah, 27 seconds until that next... I love that it tells me this now.
primary challenges are good.
Because that means I can tell you this. I can warn you when it's coming.
RFK spoke at a campaign event in Manhattan. It was supposedly off the record, I guess. And, maybe there should be somebody there saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't record this. Because it seems like somebody's using an iPhone. And it's pretty stable.
Well, they leaked it to the New York Post. Good that they did, because we have... And this makes it a little clear.
That's what I was speculating about, right? Is that the fact that the camera was so clear and so steady. Yeah, it's probably an iPhone or a nicer camera, phone, and it's pretty steady. So that makes me think that it's on something. It's usually if you're just kind of holding a phone, it's gonna bounce around more. So I'm curious what I guess we don't. Oh, that's one thing, right? So when you got a leak like this, you don't want to divulge your methods. You don't want to expose the person who actually took the footage, because they don't want to get repercussions.
Clear how insane his positions are.
Let's listen to this in its entirety. Here is RFK talking about stuff.
They have 3 cameras built in. Do they have an auto steady or something like that? Something that compensates for the camera getting moved around?
And we need to talk about bioweapons. I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years. And the technology that we now have to develop these
Do you know how much it sucks to be this guy, though? This sucks. At the very least, look, your body language, dude, tells me that you're not entirely comfortable with what RFK Jr. is saying, but you get to be associated with not just this terrible candidate and his weird conspiracy nonsense, but you get to be associated with this moment this weird little anti-Semitic xenophobic moment, right? Luckily, at least you had the good sense to register your discomfort with what he's saying with some some body language. But
we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's
Pause it for a second. Now, let's just say this. I think it is the case that in the context of bioweapons, and I don't know what what we have developed, but certainly the idea that you could target bioweapons to hit people who have certain genetic traits, or it's really sort of an updated version of let's give indigenous Americans
smallpox
blankets. They don't have, or let's find a pathogen that they haven't developed, enzymes or proteins or against. So that's not terribly controversial. But here he is talking about COVID.
What you're going to notice is the way that they defend Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is with it's going to be with straw men, and those straw men are going to be straw men of people's issue with this, right? So one of the straw men that you're going to hear probably is that like they're going to say that people don't believe that that certain groups are more susceptible to certain pathogens than others. They are. They can be, right? They're gonna act like that their detractors are anti-science or are Luddites or don't understand the science or don't understand enough about immunology to know that this can happen. That's going to be one of the straw men, right? So what a straw man is like if you want to argue with somebody and you don't want to take on their argument, you want to create a straw man, right? You want to create a, well, this is what their argument is, and it's ridiculous on its face because, of course, there can be different susceptibilities to different pathogens in different groups. So, right? So you argue with that. You argue with not what is being said, but what would be easier to knock down as an argument, right? And that's, what you're going to, that's one example.
This is really important to listen carefully here.
Meow.
Because his statement
Also,
defending
meow.
his points
Meow, meow,
is
meow,
a bit of a straw man,
meow,
if you ask
meow,
me. But
meow.
Dollars into ethnically
Sam! Oh, Sam. Look at this. Look at this. Great minds. Look at this. Look at this. We're on the same page.
The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure.
all right, pause it for 1 second.
Pause it.
Because I want to go through this slowly because this is important.
Chat, like, I know I pause it way too much, but like I feel like it would work better if I had a spicy producer chick that I could say pause it to, and then she would pause it.
There's an
We'd
argument
have to have a studio, wouldn't we?
that
Or a basement at least.
COVID-19 is ethnically targeted. Let's be clear here. He's not saying there's an argument that COVID-19 hits some people differently based upon their genetic makeup. That's not what he's saying.
Right.
That's not inconceivable. That's not what he's saying. He's saying targeted.
Damn. Yeah, this is exactly, look, I swear to God, I did not just crib notes from Sam Cedar. We just happen to be thinking along the same lines here.
Targeted is a specific word, and a virus does not target something. Mm-hmm. Someone who deploys a
Yep. It does not happen by accident. It does not happen by chance. Targeted implies an agent, a person or people intentionally doing something, intentionally, like if you go with their whole lab leak hypothesis, what he's implying, right? Because he doesn't out and out say it. It's very weaselly the way he's, putting this forward, right? But there's a strong implication that it's intentionally targeted by a person or people.
A virus targets something.
He's talking about this in the context of bioweapons, so the context makes it immensely clear that the
dead Kennedys, like that's Jello Biafra, right?
Underlying assumption that he's operating under is that COVID-19 is a bioweapon.
Well, he's saying there are arguments.
I know, but like,
Well, no, but I want to. The nuances are important here because the way that he defends himself is he uses these.
Yeah.
Now, so you got to ask yourself. There are arguments about...
Like, where have we seen this dynamic before? Where somebody says something ridiculous and objectionable and then pushes back on strawmen and then uses this almost like a vaccination against further criticism, right? They're able to sell this to their supporters as like, this is how bad faith my opponents are. They're claiming that like pathogens can't have different effects on different groups of people when we know that they can. These are liars. You shouldn't. When they say the next bad thing about me, they're going to be lying too, right? This is straight from the Vosh playbook. I'm not saying that RFK got it from the Vosh playbook. I am saying that Vosh is getting it probably from the same place that RFK. In essence, right? It's like these people look at the fallacies that are illustrated in something like the alt-right playbook, and instead of looking this as like these are our enemy's tactics, right? They're like, these are good tactics, we should use them, right? This is like people are saying
ever
Vosh F. Kennedy Jr.
Rethink.
Okay.
There is not a single premise I could give to you that is not that crap crazy that I could introduce on this show if I say there are arguments. But every time I do, and every time you do, when you're talking to someone else, you're making a choice. What am I going to hide?
I could say there are arguments that the many worlds hypothesis implies that there very well could be worlds which are identical to the worlds that we see in video games, manga, and anime, right? And so therefore out there, there is a real life Cloud Strife. There is a real life Renoa Heartily. There's a real life oh my god, what is Joker's name? Like Ren or something? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could make an argument that, like, video gamer characters actually do exist in an alternate universe. People are saying those people may be part of the legendary Final Fantasy house that, like, literally created a religion around Final Fantasy, but, people are saying, right?
Highlight in this context. So
people are saying that maybe JFK Jr. isn't actually completely dead. He's only mostly dead, and he's going to come back to life, and he's going to appear in Dallas, Texas, so that he can run as Donald Trump's vice president. They're saying.
Our arguments is not a defense.
People are saying the emails on Hillary's server about pizza were not really attempts to order pizza for a group of people that were working together, as Occam's razor might suggest, but they were actually coded messages for, harming children, right? You could say this about anything.
Because when you articulate it in this context, you are saying it's an argument that I think is worth really thinking about.
Yeah, otherwise why bring it up?
In fact, maybe more so than any of the other arguments. Because he's not saying there are arguments that say that...
Yeah, there are lots of arguments, but this is the one that you're talking about.
Well, he's not qualifying it at all. He's not saying, of course. I mean, he could have said, he could have just said, COVID-19, there's data that suggests that it hits certain people more than other people. Now, we'll get into that data because it also, one of the reasons also has to do with uptake of...
Some people are saying that a day on the planet Earth is not in fact 24 hours, but rather is 96 hours. Because if we really think about it, there are 4 corners to the world. Each of those corners experiences a 24-hour day. And if we are to add all of that time up, we get 96 hours. Therefore, an Earth day is 96 hours. Some people are saying.
Of vaccinations. But continue.
People are saying 2 + 2 = 5.
That are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not. But there are papers out there that show
Now look, here's a real question, right? Here's a real question. Why is he bringing this up? Why is he bringing the groups that are targeted and the groups that are most immune? Why? Why is he talking about this, right? Because if you are going to believe him, this is just random. I was just going off about the things that I read in a paper, and there's no particular meaning. There's no rhyme or reason to why I'm mentioning this at all. I wasn't trying to imply anything. I wasn't trying to mean anything. I wasn't trying to spread a narrative, right? I just, just said the thing that was on my mind for no particular, right? Why is he saying this particular stuff if he's not trying to spread this narrative?
The racial and ethnic differential impact.
We don't know if it was deliberately targeted that way. So now, incidentally, at the very least, the idea of
while he's saying we don't know if it's deliberately targeted, he's putting in your mind the idea that it might be deliberate. Yeah, he is racist. He's very that much. That much seems clear, right? He's deliberately bringing to mind in his audience the fact while he's saying that we don't know, right? He's bringing up the idea that it could be, and just let your imagination run wild. And maybe there's these biolabs in Ukraine, and they're collecting all the Russian DNA. They're collecting all the right. This is like what? Otherwise, why is he saying this stuff?
Don't know it's deliberate. That's a subsidiary question after
fear motivates people, but he's also like, I mean, he's really playing to a certain crowd.
You determine that someone created COVID.
Yep.
And we don't.
This is, oh my God, we are so like mind melded right now, right? This is like,
I don't know if they deliberately targeted it, because unless you believe that COVID was not, you need to believe that COVID was created. To believe that there's an open question as to whether
he's playing the plausible deniability. Yeah. These are weasel words. These are very, very weaselly words.
It was deliberately targeted. So now we also have the premise that established that it was deliberately created. We just don't know if it was deliberately targeted.
Just like the top of the hour ad break was deliberately created to run not at the top of the hour, like I said, but actually at the 15 and the 45, meaning that in about 20 minutes, there's going to be another one. And if you don't have some kind of sub, whether it be an Amazon Prime sub that you get from hooking up your Amazon Prime account to Twitch, whether it be a one that you paid for yourself on Twitch for $5 or on iPhone for $6, or whether it be a gift sub that you were fortunate enough to get from someone very generous that sees you in chat without a little, 9 out of 10. I'll take it.
Yeah, and I just want to say that what he touches on here is incredibly dangerous territory with
I would say so.
Conspiracy theories. I mean, he's going. Should we just keep going?
Yeah. I want to get to that, to the tropes in a bit. Because to me, the underlining thing here is that all of it, not the stuff that he's chosen to address, all of it is bat crap crazy and gives you a sense.
And dangerous.
Of where he's getting his information.
Yes.
And what he's trying to promote.
And black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
How much do you want to bet that we didn't get that freeze frame. I haven't analyzed, like, look at this look on this poor dude's face, right? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet that these two people on either side of RFK Jr., right, were like, guess what I get to do today? I'm going to have lunch with a Kennedy. Yeah. Apparently he's running for president. RFK Jr. Oh, wow. The son of the great Robert F. Kennedy. Amazing. This is what, wow. I'm going to see if I can get his autograph, get a picture with him. This is going to be so cool. What is it? What is he running on anyway? What are his issues? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. You know, he's in the Democratic Party. How bad can he be? How bad can he be? He's running as a Democrat, right? How bad can he be?
don't know whether it was deliberately
Damn! Oh, I love this, guys. I love. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to do this again. Chat, will you indulge me? Will you please indulge me? This guy's looks are priceless. I'm living for this right now. Look at this. We gotta blow this up. Oh, this poor guy. This poor guy. He's like, danger.
black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. But we don't know whether.
I'm sorry, I'm just like so entertained by this.
But we don't know whether it was.
Oh my god, this is so good. This is, yeah, somebody take screenshots of this. This is just like, I want to like frame by frame through.
And Chinese. But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not, but there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic differential impact to that. We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing ethnic bioweapons, and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all those labs in the Ukraine are about. They're collecting Russian DNA. They're collecting Chinese DNA.
Was that a little eye roll? Was that a little eye roll?
So we can target people by race.
Wait, that's not the long one. We need to keep going on that.
Wait, yes,
there
we
is
do.
a longer version of
There's
that.
a longer version.
Okay.
Where that is not the long one.
Well, what they're tapping into and what I was hinting at there when he speaks there about the connection between Chinese people and Ashkenazi Jews, this is a derivation of the Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy, which is essentially a connection of Jews and the communist movement. And so you're just
So y'all remember Jordan Peterson and his cultural Marxism, right? And you might remember, people calling out the fact that this was similar to a concept known as cultural Bolshevism. This was a way of essentially associating Jewish people with the USSR in Germany, right? This is kind of a parallel association that this contingent that and like Sam's saying, he heard this from somewhere, right? He's talking to some group of conspiracy theorists, right? This is coming from somewhere. So yeah, we're seeing kind of a similar thing with associating Jewish people with Chinese people now. So I think JFK went on Peterson's show. Wait, JFK Jr.? Wait, no way. You mean RFK? Yes. Oh my god. You scared me for a second there, Globitz. Yeah, JFK Jr. died in the 90s, so unlikely that he went on Peterson's podcast. But I don't think Jordan Peterson ever pinned cultural leftism on a certain... Well, he didn't, but right, when you say cultural Marxism, you're basically laundering that meme with like a just changing one word, right? And like it's not necessarily true that Jordan Peterson did that himself on purpose, but just like RFK, Jordan Peterson is listening to certain people, right? And even if he's not aware of it, he is spreading Nazi tropes.
Implementing Russian people for Chinese people in this area, and that these two groups, it's very suspicious that the Communist Chinese Party and
No, I'm sorry, Jim Moneymaker. When you say cultural Marxism and then associate that with the Frankfurt School, right? Whether you realize it or not, you are making an anti-Semitic. That's an anti-Semitic trope right there. That's
Ashkenazi.
And maybe maybe this is brainworms. Maybe this is just brainworms that Peterson got and was not sophisticated enough to realize, what the significance of that was, right? But regardless of whether he is aware of what he's spreading or not, he's spreading he is definitely spread, whether he or not he got infected with brainworms, right? He is most definitely spreading brainworms.
Jews are somehow exempt from this. That's the
Emma's great, yeah.
Underlying assumption here in this conversation about bioweapons, where then he happens to mention COVID-19.
Yo, Jim Moneymaker, that is some 17-dimensional chess that I do not have time for today. Maybe you're the one with the anti-Semitic. Know what I'm saying? No, I don't. I think you're a Peterson fan. And that's cringe. That's really, really cringe to be playing defense for Peterson like that, right? Like right now, the rest of chat is imagining you and your head is like a lobster head and your arms are like lobster claws and you're like clacking around looking to latch onto something. Well, maybe actually Peterson was no, please stop it with the lobsters, okay? You don't need an all beef diet. Cider is not toxic to you, right? Soy is not feminizing anyone. Like, let's get past the Peterson stuff, can we?
So, I mean, that is the stuff that I think made people.
Yeah, that was a no you.
Absolutely crazy.
Well, and it all misses the point, because if we got to get the long one, you got to find the long one. That's specifically why I wanted the long one, because the long one. Okay, there's a longer one where he talks more about this.
Look, I'm not Hassan. I don't have like a penchant for going off on individual chatters, all right? But
targeting stuff. And that is really the issue here. Because first off,
yo, estrogen could be derived from soy. Oh my God, thank you for the big brain take.
You have to believe that we know.
Do you know what those estrogens are called? Do you know what the subtype of estrogen and like, right?
The millions of Chinese who are exposed to this, you have to also have to believe, and it shouldn't be that far of a distance to go.
The funny thing is the kind of estrogens that we're talking about that are in soy, they are estrogens that actually bind to the estrogen receptor and get this, prevent it from working as well, right? It's a phytoestrogen that in soy, right? And then if you want to like talk about like a bioactive estrogen, right, that you might consume through your diet, well, you'd be more likely to get that in chicken. Funny enough, right?
If you believe that the Chinese have possibly
bottled water. Oh my God. Are we doing the 4chan meme now? Is that what we're doing? Are we doing the TTTT meme of like, has anybody seen this? Zara, are you here? You know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about. There's like a weird meme of like, oh my God, where they talk about the like hypothetical things that you could do to like lower your T levels and raise your estrogen levels without going on HRT.
Well, no, if you believe that the Chinese have
been watching the Cavernacle's old videos, and he said a lot of Peterson's fans are deserting him because he's gone too far. Well, he's embarrassing, right? You know exactly what I'm talking. You got this in your mouth, in your mind,
and then you believe that it's possible.
Caught up, and
some people argue that they targeted
Look, I really am not trying to go off on individual chatters, okay? Like, I mean, I gotta, I got certain lines that I can't be pushed on, right? But like, I love you all, chat, and I appreciate you all, and you know, it's never my intention to make any of you the subject of derision, even if you might have some strange ideas from time to time. I'm sure I have strange ideas too.
You also have to believe that the Chinese were completely out of...
Did you miss the RFK Jr. stuff? Not entirely, right? In fact, we're still going to be going over RFK Jr. for a little bit here, right? So we did watch, we did watch the initial leak, right? The leaked video. And analyze some of the body language in there. We did watch Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Suave react to that and play defense for RFK Jr. And now we're watching the Majority Report react to that. And what's funny, right, is like, I'm already on record. Like, I kind of gave my reaction, you know, in the initial thing. Sam is like, is making me feel so validated, right? He's like the same points that I went over, Sam's going over now. I suspect that maybe he might go a little beyond what I say. I'm suspecting that he's going to offer some insights that I wasn't really privy to, but we'll see what happens. What did Peterson do this time? Inspired an NCC chatter.
Up front and open with who got...
I love you, right? You know I love you, chat.
Sick in China.
Yeah, exactly.
And all right, there is a longer version there that is out there, but we didn't have it. But the point is, he is denying. And let's put up his
response.
His response to the criticism, and the criticism was largely, this is anti-Semitic and this and that. And I mean, I have no reason to believe that.
But did you ever consider that it might be anti-Semitic to think that RFK might have been anti-Semitic in his weasel words, right?
Did
you hear Dick in China? I don't think so, but...
Kennedy is anti-Semitic. Okay? Espousing that, I think it's an anti-Semitic trope that he's dealing with? Yes.
Yeah.
I think that his judgment...
Okay, so Sam has worked with Bobby Kennedy Jr., right? Sam worked with him on Ring of Fire. Sam knows him, and Sam is saying, I don't think he's anti-Semitic. He's kind of, it's the brainworm. Look, now we're coming up with hypothesis, right? Why did RFK Jr. say something that targeted groups that are really being, that a lot of bigotry is being spread about, right? And our theory now is maybe the brainworm hypothesis that RFK Jr. didn't realize that the stuff that he's repeating is anti-Semitic in origin, and just kind of happened to be like, I heard this thing from some very smart people that I've been talking to, and I'd like to share that with you now, right? I don't know. Like, it sounds anti-Semitic to me, but if Sam says that he knows the guy and doesn't think that's where he's coming from, okay, I mean,
is certainly
never let it be said that Sam is bad faith, right?
Clouded by a desire.
He's definitely giving RFK Jr. the benefit of the doubt
to create a narrative that his mind is.
Yeah, Brianna Joy Gray. She was trying to be the nuance queen, right? She's trying to be like, on this side, then and then on this side, no. It was just kind of she's trying to ride that line.
Is like intensely interested in creating a narrative. But he says the insinuation by the New York Post and others that as a result of my quoting a peer-reviewed paper on bioweapons that I'm somehow anti-Semitic is a disgusting fact.
He's selective of who he gives benefit of the doubt to. Do you think that he's been mean to anybody in particular?
Fabrication. If the issue was that he's talking about
is there like another side to this where he's like less charitable to other people? Because like from what I understand, it's literally just because he's worked with this guy on a show. Like I said, RFK Jr., like prior to the Panini, I don't know that he was doing anything weird or wrong or sussy or like everything that I've heard says that this version of RFK Jr. is a something that came about after the Panini.
Weapons. as opposed to saying there's an argument that COVID-19 was targeted. And if there's an argument that it's targeted, and it leaves out Chinese people and Jewish people and Finnish people.
Yeah, it's almost like it's operating on behalf of these groups of people. I wonder why that would, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's begging the question here. He was born in 1954. He knows that was anti-Semitic. The panini is the way that I talk about something that we all went through, that was a very life-changing event that the whole world experienced, and that monetization does not always like me to talk about, if that makes sense.
Maybe you should explore that. Like, what's going on there? That seems weird. I mean, if somebody targeted it, right? Like, why would they target it in that way? I understand the emotional pain that these inaccurate distortions and fabrications have caused to many Jews who recall the blood libel poison wells, et cetera, et cetera. My father and my uncles. I intend to spend my political career making those family causes my priority.
If somebody besides Sam's prior co-host did this, he might be less charitable. Well, just like I want to know some examples. Like I want to see Sam really burn somebody, if that's possible.
In terms of Israel and fighting anti-Semitism, we'll talk about his stances on Israel, which I find really problematic aside. But I will fight relentlessly along my Jewish sisters and brothers. I've just recorded an interview with Rabbi Shmuley.
A peer-reviewed paper on bioweapons. Seriously? Wait, I thought that the paper that he was reading didn't sound like it was about bioweapons. Look, if it's you can't just say there's a peer-reviewed paper on bioweapons, right? If you're gonna say that the United States is doing this and China's doing this, like, and I'm not disputing that, like, right? You know, these are major world powers. Major geopolitical powers, they are always looking for advantage on each other on the battlefield, right? Maybe they are, but like you haven't shown me anything, and you're not exactly a reliable narrator, right? You've been so fast and loose with spreading anti-Semitic tropes that I kind of feel like I don't trust you to make these assertions on bioweapons, and the very fact that you don't have anything to base that on makes me even more suspicious.
Let me tell you something about Rabbi Shmuley, who was Michael Jackson's personal rabbi. This guy, I've met this guy. He is a clown, a right-wing clown.
I got that feeling.
A right-wing clown. I mean, like, honestly, I don't even, like, I haven't heard of Rabbi Shmuley's, since the last time he was coming out actually to defend some other right-wing guy, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago.
Meow.
The idea that the Post called him the most famous rabbi in America, yeah, he was Michael Jackson's sort of like one of his spiritual advisors.
The last time I remember him, he was taking out a full-page ad in the Washington Post. Fight.
Wait a minute, chat. My spidey sense tells me that we got another ad break coming out. Like, right, I'm not seeing it on my Twitch interface, but I have a feeling that might happen soon, and I have a feeling that some of you who don't have a little Persona 2 head by your name will be subject to that ad break, and whatever I'm saying, whatever. Let's like put, like, I thought they were gonna show the second half of that. Like, I mean, they're showing the tweet now, right? But let me put Sam back in the picture. We weren't trying to like hyperanalyze Emma's nonverbal language as much as we were trying to look at the people that were sitting right next to RFK Jr. And their reaction, and how telling that is about maybe how uncomfortable they are to be in that space in that moment. They're standing next to RFK Jr. while he says this stuff.
Ilhan, hashtag fight Ilhan anti-Semitism.
And some of the most anti-Semitic people in this country are defenders of Israel. So let's cut to the chase here.
He also touts Rabbi Shmuley's bona fides by saying, I have called upon the Biden administration not to consummate a second Iran deal.
Okay, so what was the Iran deal? Let me explain. To anybody who doesn't know, Obama made a negotiated with Iran to get them to give up their nuclear program. Iran agreed, and the United States made certain concessions for that. Trump ditched this deal. Trump broke this deal, right? This is not something that you're supposed to do. A country is supposed to be true to its word on diplomacy, but Trump absolutely blew this deal up. So that's what Rabbi Shmuley is saying. Now, it's a weird thing, right? Because if we're just, all we know, or what's been said about Rabbi Shmuley in terms of his politics is he is, strongly on the, strongly pro-Israel, right? You would think that if you are pro-Israel, that you might want a treaty that causes Iran to give up its nukes, right? Israel is a major, adversary to, or Iran is a major adversary to Israel, right? And therefore, if, it would be probably better for Israel were those weapons to be to not, or Iran's nuclear program not to be used to create nuclear weapons, right? But I mean, I guess if you want war with Iran, then you don't want to be bound by some of the aspects of that treaty. So I mean, this is super far right wing, right? This is not this kind of politics that Rabbi Shmuley here is espousing in terms of wanting Biden not to re-sign, and we can't. That's the thing. Biden tried to re-sign the Iran agreement, the Iran agreement, not the Irene agreement. Biden tried to re-sign it, and Iran does not trust the United States, right? So you make a deal with the United States, okay? You sign that paperwork. And then Trump comes in and he blows it up. He tears it up. He's right. Do you want to sign that deal again, or do you just say, you know what, that deal is worthless? That is toilet paper, right? It does not fit. Yeah, the theme of the show today, right? Theme of the show. We cannot allow the Irene. We cannot allow Irene to possess nuclear weapons. What would she do with those? I like the Irene agreement too. Wait, what is that emote? I gotta know. Oh, it's a tofu one. Yo, for a second, I thought it was one of those camera heads from Skibbity Toilets. Do people know about Skibbity Toilets? Tofu Ghost, right? Yeah.
This is the anti-imperialist president.
Yeah, that's very nice. Good job.
One real solid foreign policy achievement that Barack Obama ever made was that deal. The biggest failing, in my estimation, of the Biden administration is a failure to come in and seal that deal on day one.
I don't know that you could have.
But the idea that this guy is running.
I mean, you'd essentially theoretically, if you gave you'd have to give Iran a little bit better of a deal than Obama did, right? You'd have to, right, because they've already seen the deal get blown up once.
In the Democratic primary is just.
Do people know about Skibbity Toilets? Do I need to explain Skibbity Toilets?
He's running to the right of Biden.
That's
as silly as this sounds, right? As silly as this sounds, you need to know about Skibbity Toilets. Skibbity Toilets are incredibly influential. You're going to hear about them one way or another, and it might as well be from me.
Netanyahu's line on the Iran deal. He's just repeating that.
People don't know.
That is like the far right Israeli position.
It sounds silly, but I promise it's deadly serious.
And on Iran denuclearization.
But the idea, I mean, and frankly, like I say.
Well, look, like I said, we got two components to the RFK story. We're covering one of them here. We're almost done with this, right? I guess especially if we are to get a hype train going, I can go into a little explanation of the lore, and yes, I do mean lore. There's some deep lore about skibbity toilets.
The anti-Semitic nature of that trope, in my mind, is secondary to all of the other bat crap stuff that I think is indicative of what he is like churning out in private and who he is talking to about this stuff.
Did anybody just get an ad break? I think it happens at the 15s and the 45s. That's my best guess.
The idea that he is, and let's be clear, that clip shows he is talking that he thinks that COVID-19 was targeted, and or that there's debate.
I definitely see some people in here that would be targeted by the ad break, that would absolutely be experiencing ads, but I didn't see like a sign that said you're gonna get some ads.
About whether it being targeted.
Wait, which rubbish? You don't watch the skibbity toilet rubbish? I mean, that's fair.
And if there's
that's fair.
Debate about whether it's targeted.
You didn't see any ads? Okay.
That he's entertaining. And he must believe that it was manufactured as a bioweapon.
And wouldn't that be
like 5 minutes ago? I think so. Wait, there was for sure.
Yeah, provocation for war if China turned out
if there was
creating bioweapons that attacked white and black people?
I know that there's 2 every hour. I don't know exactly when they happen. The Majority Report.
I mean, it sure sounds like it.
Do you prefer the Minority Report? The Plurality Report, perhaps? The Supermajority Report? You got to have 66.6%.
Really astonishing. All right.
Wait, Evil 7 win. Is that like Evil 4 the win, but you got like 7, so it's like 4 plus 3?
Let's read some IMs and we'll get out of here.
The Finality Report. Yeah, like the Fatality Report.
Juniper J. Sam, I'm looking for you on Threads, but I'm not sure which profile is yours. Is there a link from the app that I'm overlooking?
Oh my god.
No, I got to get to that.
Now they're freaking communist invading radicals. That happened again. Charlotte B, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. No? You're just saying no?
We got to do that.
I'm generally no.
I'm not posting anything on Threads anyways.
I'm not even on Threads yet.
I mean, and I'm not even sure I'm going to.
Evil 7 win. What do you think? What's your opinion of Threads? Are you a Threads person? Are you a Blue Sky person? Are you a Spout person? What's your favorite Twitter alternative? Wait, what did I just do? What did I just do? What did I just do?
No, Northern Spies.
Wait, what? That sounds like the tune of Deliverance. What did I just do? Sort of.
Coming at you live from the heartland of America.
You don't have either of those, okay? Or dude, okay.
Chicago letter carrier. I saw this. I don't know why I got so inspired to wear this.
It's funny.
It's fun.
Heisenberg. Sam, I never knew you had it in you.
Did you know that USPS craft employees?
He's the one who knocks.
These cannot go on strike, as a no strike clause has been part of their contracts for decades.
Well, you can still go on strike.
Chicago letter carrier.
It's so much more is posted on there, so it's hard not to get sucked back in. But
I got to get to that. We got to do that. I'm not posting anything on Threads anyways.
I'm not even on Threads yet.
I mean, and I'm not even sure I'm going to. We'll see.
Chat, what is your opinion of Threads, of Blue Sky? Anybody big fan of any of the Twitter alternatives out there?
I know. I don't like Meta.
Yeah, I
mean, Meta's bad news, but so is Twitter.
2 Blue Sky invite codes. I gotta.
Yeah. Wait, does she need one?
Give those to people.
Oh, she's got them.
Blue Sky's the best one, although
she's got them. I need to follow her on Blue Sky.
Still, Twitter, it's so much more is posted on there, so it's hard not to get sucked back in. But
we'll just have to wait till the advertisers leave.
You want to follow me on Blue Sky? There it is,
to,
right there.
Threads, and then go to Blue Sky. Nug Wrangler, is the hat Sam going?
There it is, right there.
Is that the hat Sam going through his incel arc? MSNB Cedar, Yeehaw, wait, where'd the hat go? Bring back the hat.
Here's my
no.
Blue Sky
Northern
hat.
Spy, Scoop Cedar coming at you live from the
follow me
heartland of
there.
America. Chicago letter
Wait,
carrier.
Can I do this? Does it work?
I saw this. I don't know why I got so inspired to wear this.
It's funny.
It's funny. Did you know that USPS craft employees cannot go on strike, as a no strike clause has been part of their contracts for decades?
Well, you can still go on strike. Just called a wildcat strike.
Honestly, we should avoid Blue Sky, Meta, or Twitter. You can't build a community inside a house of venture capitalists. Yeah, you're saying because Dorsey was involved in the creation of Blue Sky. It's either open source like Mastodon or Lemmy. Okay, I haven't seen Lemmy yet, but yeah.
Number 13. The fallout from 303 Creative LLC versus Atlantis continues to pick up steam. A justice of the peace, Diane Hensley from Wake.
Mastodon still exists. It's just it's not getting that like critical mass of people behind it, right? There are people though who swear by Mastodon and have been using it for years and years. So it's worth taking a look at.
Texas has cited the case.
You don't have a Blue Sky invite. Okay, so here I'm gonna give you an invite. What's up, Landphobe? I'm gonna give you all an invite to my Discord because that reminded me to do that. That reminded me to do that. Let's take a look in here. Oh my gosh, people have already come into the Discord, and that means it's my job. Wait a minute. My job to give them a follower role here. Wait. So if you come into the Discord server and you only see like 3 channels, understand that there are indeed more than 3 channels in the Discord server. What you're seeing is the airlock. The airlock is the place that you go into first, and we check you out and we make sure that you're not a xenomorph of some kind, right? You're not going to have like a mouth that comes out and goes rah, and then a little mouth that comes out of the big mouth and goes rah, right? And you're not going to like eat our brains or something like that. We just need to know that you're not going to eat our brains. But once we determine that you are in fact not going to eat our brains, you get let into the actual Discord, and you'll see there's a lot more than 3 channels, including a Blue Sky channel, right? That's a channel where if you, let's say you want to be part of Blue Sky and you don't have a code, somebody in there might give you a code, because believe it or not, there are people in my Discord that are on Blue Sky. And oh wait, no, that's not the right, let me give that to you again. There we go. That is the right link right there. So yeah, jump in that Discord and get the work, right? You can also send me suggestions and stream suggestions, and I try to look at as many of those as I can, which often isn't very much.
And an appeal to the text.
Obviously take forever to get. You're normal. Yeah, me too.
The Supreme Court, she's appealing.
Yeah, we don't want an imposter amogus.
Dismissal of a lawsuit she filed to allow her to refuse.
What's Lemmy? I don't know either. I've never heard of. I mean, I feel like I've heard of Lemmy, but I don't. I'm guessing it's another microblogging service like Twitter, Blue Sky, Threads, etc.
Marrying same-sex couples. Literal judicial officers attempting to have First Amendment protections for her discriminatory behavior rather than retiring. Yeah. Well, I mean, people forget. I would like to add to this Russian invasion of Ukraine discussion. I feel like I would imagine.
Chose religion.
Their lockdown procedure.
And of course, we have multiple different types of COVID.
And 0
people. 2020 data. Again, you have to believe that we know. I would imagine.
Chose religion.
Incidentally, like
they're reading chat, but I wanna take a look at the chat that's pertinent to the subject we're talking about here. Lemmy is more like a Reddit clone. Oh, interesting. Activity Pub is fine. Blue Sky is some dude stuff.
The
Do you mean it's like stuff for dudes, or it's like the stuff of some dude?
the papers he's talking about in terms of COVID striking people, 2020 data. Again, you have to believe that we know the real numbers of Chinese people, and you have to filter out for I am quite sure that there is more sort of long-term sort of understanding of how COVID hits the body. And then, of course, we have multiple...
A rich dude. Well, I know Jack Dorsey was somewhere involved in the like origination of Blue Sky, right?
Different types of COVID.
And zero COVID. And, in China, their lockdown protocols were much more stringent.
We also know that, yes, and that in, there may be a different sort of propensity to wear masks. There may be a different propensity to get vaccinated.
Oh, okay. So Sam is questioning the data that RFK put forward, right? That basically there might be confounding variables, right? Like the lockdown procedures or lack thereof, right? Obviously in the United States, it's kind of a lack of meaningful lockdown procedure. In China, they went pretty hard on the lockdowns.
Certainly, in the context of Israel.
You can tell the tale of Blue Sky, but you're doing laundry.
The Israeli
laundry's important too.
Population got far more vaccinated. The Jewish Israeli population got far more vaccinated than the Arab population because, of course, Israel is a non-racist society that made sure that all the Jews in Israel got vaccinated and didn't really do as much work in terms of getting the Arab populations vaccinated.
I mean, this approach to science is just one that's helpful to the fossil fuel industry. Like the idea that this entire industry and everyone can be actually they're missing something that
Still in lockdown in China.
And some idiots with YouTube channels do see. That's basically telling say don't believe the scientists when they come to say actually the world's
in some places.
warming at this pace.
We didn't ever get to his warming video either, did we?
Oh, I didn't know there was one.
Oh God, he cut his own ad with Jordan Peterson.
Oh, we saw that. Yes, yeah. Right.
Okay, now somebody mentioned. Okay, so we're getting it mentioned again, right? Jordan Peterson, I believe, did talk to RFK Jr. The reason that I haven't shown you that is that YouTube actually took down that video. There's been a few of Peterson's videos that seem to have gotten, striked and taken down, and that's one of them. That's a community strike for spread false health claims, essentially. Okay, so that's the Sam Cedar thing. Now, what did I say that we're gonna do? I said that if we got another hype train, we were gonna get into some skibbity toilets, right? I was gonna let you know this thing that look. Here's the deal. Okay, as silly as it sounds, toilet humor. Okay, right, whatever, right? If you don't know about skibbity toilets, you're gonna get called a boomer. Okay, and that's unfair. That's not fair. Just for not knowing about the toilets, right? I'm gonna let you know about the toilets so that no one, no matter what age, is gonna be able to call you a boomer, and you'll know what's up. You'll be able to be like, oh yeah, the skibbity toilets, yeah, absolutely skibbity toilets, and absolutely we've got an ad coming in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, right? So if there's any chance of getting a hype train, it might come from the fact that anybody that doesn't currently have a Persona 2 icon by their name is going to be subject to the ad break that will happen in exactly 4 minutes and 11 seconds, 4 minutes and 9 seconds and counting, right? That means that if you can somehow hook up an Amazon Prime to your Twitch, you can get a free sub. If you can somehow spend $5 on desktop to get a sub, or $6 on iPhone to get a sub, I don't even know how much you would be spending on Android, right? But I'm assuming it's somewhere in that range. You can get yourself a sub, or if you're lucky enough and you're chatting enough, you might actually be targeted for a gift sub by somebody who is looking to just be kind and make sure that other people aren't being force-fed ads against their will. So I will mention that, and we've got now 3 minutes and 18 seconds. So huge difference between wanting a vaccine but being unable to get one, and being able to get a vaccine but refusing to get one. This is why the anti-vax movement is an inherently white movement. Wait, okay, so look, I'm gonna like just give you the whole story, right? Because this didn't just happen out of nowhere. The Skibbity toilets didn't just arise out of nowhere at all. They came from a very particular context. Oh my god, no, 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 no. So this is the origin of the song, right? That maybe you've seen this. Maybe you've seen this. It's a Turkish song, and there's a guy dancing to it. Sometimes he's doing different things. Sometimes he's standing in front of a restaurant. Sometimes he's in a restaurant being served food, right? So that is skibbity dop 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 dop, right? That's a meme. It became a meme. It got noticed. It got spread around TikTok. You know how sounds work, right? This is a sound on. Oh, there's a Morshu doing it too. Yeah, Morshu from Legend of Zelda. All right, so that's our very first one, right? That's our patient zero of skibbity dop dop dop. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Now we have that one guy. Does everybody know about that one guy? This is like a shorts creator on YouTube. I don't know if he's on TikTok too, but he goes by the name That One Guy. He's obviously got a filter on here, and he's doing some fancy editing with CapCut, right? To set himself to the beat. Let's take a look. That one guy, and then there's also a Giga Chad girl, right?
My style is ridiculous.
Okay, so now that's important.
My style is ridiculous.
Right? Everybody heard that song Change, right? Everybody heard like that you basically took the skibbity bop 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 and you put underneath it the song that like it's like if you see us in the club, that song, you know, it starts with my style is ridiculous, right? So you heard that got substituted out, and then the skibbity bop being put on top of that, right? So that's like the meme transforming, right? And like here's what it became. Here's what it like yielded, right? I think we gotta go to Skibbity Toilet 1. Here's what we get from that.
My style is ridiculous. My style is ridiculous.
So here we have Da Fuck Boom. This is the originator of the Skibbity Toilets, right? We just saw Skibbity Toilets #1. As you can see, there are many Skibbity Toilets at this point. You know, there's some celebrity
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
We're here to hurt the body.
No. Oh no. Oh no. That's classic rock. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, I gotta get out of that as quickly as possible. That's technically not a skibbity toilet right there. Right? I'm just gonna have to look for these like separately, right? Because we want to watch these in order. So like, yeah, he did that video.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
We're here to hurt the body. My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Look at the view counts on these videos. Yeah, we're talking about 91 million, 182 million, 1.5 million, 85 million. These are ridiculous view counts. And this is why I said you got to look at this, right? Even if you don't want to, even if this is like annoying, like, right, if this is not for you, it's not exactly toilet humor. Like, it's not poo-poo pee-pee. It's absurdist, right? Because, you know, that's pretty weird, a dude's head sticking out of a toilet. But it's not entirely immature. But yeah, you know, as you can imagine, it's pretty young demographic watching these videos. And yeah, their view counts are ridiculous, just like the style is ridiculous. And this has become so popular that it took Da Funk Boom from 100,000 subs to now 20 million. And I don't think it was in that long. What was it, like in a few months, right? Too much internet for today. Well, just wait, because it's about to get better or worse, depending on. Oh no! No! Right, so we got the like. We gotta find number 4.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Okay, is it just me or is that Michael Flynn? That looks like Trump aficionado. That looks like Michael Flynn.
My style is ridiculous.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Skibbity Toilet's number 5.
My style is ridiculous.
I'm never going to the bathroom again. I don't blame you.
My style is ridiculous.
As you can see, like many times in these videos, the perspective that we're looking from, the cameraman, if you will, gets wrecked, right? Gets skibbity. Yeah, see, not even the DJ is safe. Yeah, I thought the DJ was gonna be chill because he's like a DJ, he's a musician. No, he's still gonna eat you. Okay, God, what is up with this? Oh wait, is this where we figure out how to beat the skibbity toilets? So if you're ever, yeah, this is how you, yeah. That's how you flush them. You gotta flush them. Oh no! Oh no! Now, some of you may recognize this figure right here. This is indeed G-Man from Gary's Mod, and you might also put 2 and 2 together and say, I think that this series was put together in Gary's Mod, and you would be right. Yeah, this is like essentially a Gary's Mod shitpost that got out of control. And how did it get out of control? Because it got a ridiculous amount of views, and that caused the person making these to continue making them and to make them more, to escalate, right? So you're gonna see this theme of escalation, right? Now we got a bigger toilet, a G-Man toilet, right? Oh my god. Okay. So yeah, like, I mean, it's not just one skibidi toilet we have to worry about. It's many skibidi toilets. There we go, flush, flush. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Yo! Oh no, we can't watch. Did you hear what that was though? That music? Oh wait, no, this is season 8. I'm getting way in front of where we are. This is the one I was supposed to show you. Okay, so wait, there we go. We got on one hand, on one side, camera-headed people, right? Yeah, everybody wants to rule the world. I gotta be so careful, right? Because the more classic your rock gets, the more likely you are to get go to copyright hell, or copyright limbo at the very least. I don't want to go there. So yeah, we're seeing like a whole invasion play out and be resisted. We resist it with a flush. Alright, so here's where it starts to get good, okay? Are you ready for the skibidi toilet religion? I thought so. We already saw skibidi cocks. So good, so good. I feel so protected now. I feel so protected. These camera people, I think they got our best interests at heart. At least I hope so. And don't worry, we're getting back to the RFK, okay? So if you came for the RFK, look, you just need to know this so that you don't get memed on, because this is an incredibly popular series, and you're going to see it pop up more and more, and you're going to have to know about it. So consider this like educational, right? What? No. wrong. No, oh my god, get out of there. Yeah. You heard that? Like, so, like, you're getting this idea that the camera people, their theme song is actually that Tears for Fears song. I don't know, like, I don't know how they're getting away with using. I guess it's because it's on shorts or something, but in before RFK makes an appearance on one of these. Yo, look at the YouTube thumbnail. If you want to see RFK make an appearance literally as a skibbity toilet, you can look at my YouTube thumbnail for today.
Cause my style is ridiculous. Cause my style is ridiculous.
Let's look at number 13. And how many of these are there, you ask? There's 50. There's 50 of these videos. We're not necessarily gonna watch all of them though. You see what's going on though? Pull the plunger. Pull the plunger. Oh no. So yeah, they dropped some dudes on top of the flying toilet in order to flush through the, yeah, that's. Oh no. It was a trap. We got tricked. 15. You just looked up this person's social blade? It's ridiculous. Can you tell me, Janelle, how? Yeah, this is Da Fuck Boom. It's the creator of Skibbity Toilets. But, like, I gotta know, how, like, how many months did it take them to go from 100K to 20 million? Because this does seem like this is, like, faster than Mr. Beast, right? I'm pretty sure this is faster than Mr. Beast is, you know, known for having built his YouTube channel up pretty fast.
This my style is
Oh no. You don't get as much cash from shorts. Now this creator does also, I think everything also is like a not short. Wait, how much is showing up on here?
This my style is ridiculous.
I didn't even notice. Okay, I mean, I guess we could just go to Duff Boom's, yeah, because I want to show this to you in, like, yeah, they also do exist as videos. And he does other stuff too. Come on, show me. Oh, okay. He started on shorts. That makes sense. He started on shorts, and that's why only the last few videos of this can be seen on only the last few videos of these, like, right, starting at like 40, 39. Wait, he does have... Anyway, a lot of these are just available on Shorts.
Cause my style is ridiculous. Cause my style is ridiculous. My style is ridiculous.
Okay, like I'm sure that we're like approaching Skibbity saturation here, so let's just go to let's only go to 20 on this, right? And then I can show you the rest some other time. They're all monetized? Oh no, it's Qshaman! Skibbity 18. Oh, this is this dude.
This my style is ridiculous.
Yo! It's a Titan! It's a Titan cameraman! Wow, okay. They did some other stuff with this too, like right with presidents. Yo, there's a Titan. Oh no, he got injured. Nice. Nice, yes. Congratulations. They're all like eating cheese fries and stuff. Okay, so yeah, like let's look at number 20. There's G-Man. Oh no! Okay, so we're gonna have to leave it on that cliffhanger, right? You know, that's the TV, the cameraman Titan. Looks like he got damaged, but he got away. Will he get repaired? What's in store for the future? Find out in the next exciting installment of Skibbity Toilets, which will take place at a later time, right? So here we go. We're gonna go back to RFK Jr. FK Jr. and I'm gonna type in another like look, I'm not beating the charge of toilet humor, am I? Right? I'm not beating the charge of toilet humor, but I'm also not wrong. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. press dinner explodes in a war of words and farting? Excuse me? Excuse me? This is the New York Post again. Page 6 regrets to report that a press dinner to boost Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s presidential campaign devolved into a foul bout of screaming and polemic farting. So page 6 is what, like a section of New York Post, I guess? The White House hopeful and page 6 attended. The White House hopeful and page 6 attended an affair at Tony's at the Upper East Side on July 11th, where a guest asked Kennedy about the environment, right? He used to care about that sort of thing. Apparently drunk gossip columnist turned flack, and the event's host, Doug Deschert, became enraged and screamed at the top of his lungs, "The climate hoax! The climate hoax." So, climate change? He's like, no, the climate hoax! Octogenarian art critic Anthony Hayden Guest, who appeared to have been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and denounced Deckert, telling the miserable blob to, quote-unquote, shut. Wait, why didn't we get the second part of that phrase there? Miserable blob. To shut up, I guess. I don't know. Deckert continued to scream wildly about the climate scam, while Hayden Guest peppered him with a verbal volley across the table. So these two are arguing. Here, it seemed that Deckert sensed the need for a new rhetorical tack. And let rip a loud, prolonged fart while yelling, as if to underscore the point. I'm farting. He yelled it though, so it's more like, I'm farting. Yeah, that's how I imagine it. This really happened. Like this guy. Do you know how I know, chat? Do you know how I know this really happened? This guy claimed it. Deckert claimed it. He owned it, chat. He claimed it. He bit the bullet, so to speak, right? RFK Jr., meanwhile, the putative president of the United States maintained a steady, I don't know what putative means, actually. Maintained a steady composure in the face of crisis, right? So he was unperturbed, as it were. Thank you, page 6. Thank you for bringing us that. That's so important. That's so important for us to understand what goes on. So now here's what's weird, right? The Fartmeister was not like a conspiracy theorist. The Fartmeister was the guy disagreeing with the person that was like, the climate hoax. You mean the climate hoax? Because there's not a climate crisis, there's a climate hoax is what there is. And the farter was pushing back, was literally pushing that back on that. So yeah, that's what we got. We have a lot, and unfortunately, chat, the saddest thing about this story is I don't have any audio for you, right? I don't have the audio of what happened, but you're just gonna have to believe me.
Yeah. Now, after the fart temporarily derailed.
I love that we're in the fart discourse now, right? There's no climate. It's all fake. Yes. Of course. I mean, no, of course not.
2024 presidential candidate RFK Jr., aka the worst Kennedy, held a dinner.
AKA Qshaman Kennedy Jr. That's what I call him.
With press in New York City about his campaign, and the entire dinner reportedly got derailed by a heated debate about climate change and also by a fart. I'm not making this up, folks. Now, I think that the Daily Beast probably had my favorite headline, quote, "A gigantic fart derailed RFK Jr.'s press dinner report." Very poetic. Now, we're not going to dive into that article because I know that you're going to want the full story. So instead, we will go to page 6, who's going to offer us a first-hand account of the shenanigans. Quote, the gaseous exchange to which page 6 bore reluctant witness began after a guest asked Kennedy, founder of the ecological organization Waterkeeper Alliance, about the environment. And it seems that the mere
Waterkeeper, not gaskeeper.
inquiry was enough to set off apparently drunk gossip columnist turned flack Doug Deckard, the host of the event, who became enraged and screamed at the top of his lungs, the climate hoax. Meanwhile, octogenarian art critic
I'm
Anthony
sorry, it wasn't Deckard. Deckard was not the farter. It was actually Hayden Guest.
Hayden Guest, who appeared to have been sleeping happily for most of the dinner, was roused.
He's an octogenarian too. This dude's like 80 years old, so I feel like he gets to fart, right? He just like, if you're 80 years old, I think you just get to fart. Unquestioned.
By the abrupt rumpus. He suddenly opened his eyes and denounced his longtime pal, Deckard, calling him a miserable blob. Shut up, implored Hayden Guest. Hayden Guest tells us he was not asleep. I was just thinking, he told us, and says he is the one who asked the question about the environment. Deckard continued to scream wildly about the climate change, quote, scam, while Hayden Guest peppered him with verbal volleys.
Look at this guy. This is the guy. This is the climate denier right here, right? This guy, yeah. Yeah, an old fart, so to speak.
He's from across the table, calling him variously fucking insane and insignificant. Meanwhile, Kennedy, a prospective president of the United States, watched calmly. Here it seems Deckard sensed the need for a new rhetorical tack and let rip a loud, prolonged fart while yelling, as if to underscore his point, "I'm farting!" The room, which included a handful of journalists as well as Kennedy's campaign manager,
Dennis Kucinich,
former Representative Dennis Kucinich.
So, okay, that's a story right there. Don't you think? Dennis Kucinich is managing RFK's campaign. I mean, I guess Dennis Kucinich is sort of like known for, like, if you don't know, this guy ran for president, was it in 2008? I think it was like in 2008. He ran for president as a Democrat. He was, significantly to the left of most of the field, including Obama, who would win the nomination and the presidency, right? A lot of people on the left kind of, supported this guy. Like, now, some weird stuff started to happen. And like, I heard about conspiracy theories that Kucinich was co-signing. The one that comes to mind though is about aliens. So it's not quite as like detrimental as, nothing as bad as what RFK Jr. was saying. But I guess maybe they are both Kucinich getting paid. I guess both conspiracy fans maybe. I don't know.
Was stunned. Seemingly
I love that there is a context Wikipedia like note here letting you know that climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns mainly caused by human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuels. That's weird because it's not exactly pushing back on climate denial here, but it is like defining.
Sure about whether Deckard was farting at Hayden Guest personally or at the
wait, what? Oh, am I mixed up? I thought Hayden Guest was the farter. Or at the very notion of global warming.
Very notion of global warming.
Okay, so wait, okay, let me get this. Okay, I said it to you wrong then. Okay, so Deckard is like, somebody's like, climate change, and Deckard's like, you mean the climate hoax? And then Hayden Guest is like, shut up, you blob, you whatever, calls him a blob, right? And then Deckard is the one in response to like, oh, you think I'm a blob? Oh well, does the fart was in response to being called a blob. Okay, now I get it.
Candidate maintained a steady composure in the face of the crisis. I mean, if you can keep your composure in the face of crisis like that, where somebody is farting at someone very loudly and yelling, "I'm farting." I don't know if he said it like that, but that's how I imagine it. I do have to admit anyways that, if you can hold your composure during that, you are definitely capable of being the commander-in-chief of the United States. Now, there's a lot to say about this story, but my first reaction, I think, obviously is, what the fuck? And I just love how the article framed it as, well, we don't know if Deckard was farting at the person he was debating or if he was farting at the notion of global warming in general. I would kill for a video or even audio.
He didn't say I fart in your general direction.
But I've got to ask them, listen, when he did fart, did he turn? Because then I think it's logical to deduce that he was directing the gas at his debate opponent. But if he just farted, then I think that he's more farting on
at an idea.
This notion of climate change. Yeah. Now, after the fart temporarily derailed the entire event, it reportedly became a screaming match once again. So the fart kind of broke up the monotony there, and then they just went back to yelling.
The fart was like the skibbity toilet segment, in other words, right? You got a ridiculous anti-Semitic conspiracy segment, and then you got the farting segment, but it was split up by the skibbity toilets. So, kind of like
yelling at each other. Now, Deckard did apologize for farting, saying, quote, "I apologize for using my flatulence as a medium of public commentary in your presence."
That's a new kind of react, isn't
it? How do you even talk about this story? This is...
Climate around him changed drastically. Yeah, he's literally contributing methane, which, as we all know, is 4 times as strong as carbon emissions.
This is a dinner by press from a presidential candidate, and the host is saying, I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I farted at the dinner. Honestly, though, a climate denier using his asshole to engage in climate denial is actually very appropriate, in my opinion. But this is what happens when you are a conspiratorial kook who surrounds himself with another conspiratorial nut job and other conspiratorial nut jobs. And you think that RFK Jr., being an environmental lawyer, would be pretty clear on the issue of climate change, right? So that way these types of people wouldn't be in his vicinity, wouldn't be hosting events for him. But he's been incredibly wishy-washy on the issue of climate change and has arguably dog-whistled to climate deniers on many occasions. For example, here's what he just tweeted. Quote, "Climate change is being used to control us through fear. Freedom and free markets are a much better way to stop pollution. Polluters make themselves rich by making the public pay for the damage they do. You show me a polluter, I'll show you a fat cat using political clout to escape the
I'll show you a blob using gaseous clout to
discipline of the free market.
Escape the discipline of being called out for climate denial.
So this tweet is so dumb that there's actual dimensions and layers to the stupidity. I'd actually argue that the fart is a more intelligent argument than this fucking tweet right here. That's how bad it is. I'm not going to be able to get over the fart, people, so just deal with it. So first of all, nobody is being controlled by climate change coverage. I don't know what he's even referring to there. Large multinational corporations are continuing to destroy our planet for short-term profits, and governments are letting them. So who's controlling who? If anyone's doing the control, it's the large multinational corporations who are buying off the governments and allowing them to continue to do this. Furthermore, the fear is valid, right? I mean, he says that fear is being used to control us. I don't see evidence of that, but the fear is valid. We are feeling fear and dread because we're facing an existential crisis. I think that is just a human and normal response to something that none of us can really control. This is something that governments have to agree to do, and they have.
I'm sorry. Something that none of us can really control. Everything seems to be referring back to the fart. Although I know he's not
Not. Therefore, I think the fear and the depression that this causes, that doesn't make us unreasonable. It makes you unreasonable for not being fearful of the future. I mean, it's a comment that is so ludicrous that it is indistinguishable from satire. It's some don't look up shit, right? But then, in the next sentence, he contends that free markets are the solution when, no, Capitalism is what got us here. Just 100 corporations are responsible for 71% of global CO2 emissions, according to a 2017 report. So to say that free markets are going to be the solution, don't you think that they would have already provided us with a solution, given the gravity of the situation? But don't worry, because he's going to contradict himself in the very next sentence and make that point for me by saying polluters make themselves rich by making the public pay for the damage. Okay, so maybe the free market isn't the best.
I'm just imagining that while Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is saying this, he's like inhaling the aroma around him, like, right, that he's making this tweet like in the environment of oxygen deprivation as caused by the gaseous emission of the host of the dinner.
Solution then? Is that what you're telling me? Then he finally says, you show me a polluter, I'll show you a fat cat using political clout to escape the discipline of the free market. Okay, so what exactly is the conclusion then? Is the free market bad? Should governments enforce discipline through regulations? It almost seems like he's trying to take a both sides approach to climate.
Should polluters be fined if they fart at a dinner?
Change. And he's being unclear because he wants to straddle the fence. But even though he's trying to pay lip service to both sides and have it both ways, this just comes off as incoherent babble to me, right? But this is why climate deniers and conspiracy theorists are attracted to him, right? Because he has plausible deniability in both ways.
Conclusion is that he is clueless.
You know, if you want to believe that he isn't a climate denier, well, he's an environmental lawyer and he's acknowledged the reality of anthropogenic climate change. But on the opposite side of the same coin, people who are climate deniers have said, oh, well, he's using fear, and that's true. You know, this whole climate hoax is about fear. Now, we have to point this out, right? These are just a couple of headlines from the last week. Drought and extreme heat burn through farmers' margin for error, and it's only July. Recent rains have so far spared growers from the worst, but harsh conditions fueled by climate change are still taxing irrigation systems and threatening crop yields in breadbasket states. Here's another one. Climate change safe havens can still get hit hard. Vermont's flooding is a reminder. 2 months of rain fell in 2 days in Vermont and left some towns underwater. Here's another one. Extreme heat wave continues in Houston. Scientists are already warning that 2023 could be the hottest year on record. And finally, here's another one. Floods, fires, and deadly heat are the alarm bells of a planet on the brink. And I just want to pause right there to put things into perspective, because we're just looking at a couple of headlines from the United States. But if you zoom out and you really see how climate change is affecting people around the world, it is utterly overwhelming, right? It is reasonable to see these headlines, see what's happening, how it's already affecting us, and think about the future and how much worse it's.
There's something about this whole situation that reminds me of the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil thing, right? Just like ignore it and it'll go away. Except here it's like smell no evil.
Going to get. But I want to dive into that Washington Post article, because I think it gives us a good sense as to how fucked we are when it comes to climate change. Quote, the world is hotter than it's been in thousands of years.
Where is the butterfly? It's in storage. I hate to say it, right? But yeah, I tried to do as well as I could, like making sure that all the stuff that I really needed I kept out, but I had to put a lot of stuff in storage, right? So if any of you have been following my post on YouTube lately, I talked about the situation that kind of happened to me. I was in a situation where a living situation that I had every reason to believe was going through, right? I'd even gotten, the keys to the place. Didn't end up panning out because of a scummy landlord. A scummy landlord, basically left me in a situation where I moved out of my place and tried to move into my new place and didn't get into there, right? Because the landlord had other ideas, right? And so as a result of that, I was thrown into this horrible situation where I had to stay at motels while I was trying to get something else going on. While I was trying to set up, a place to move, and every single night it was costing me like $200, right, to be able to stay at a crappy motel, right? In addition to the fact that I had my U-Haul out for longer than I had rented it, so I got charged extra fee on top of the normal fees for having a U-Haul out that long. So the U-Haul was like $400. The motels were like $200 a night. I am so fucked, but the only thing that kept me safe in all this is the fact that I had some really awesome friends who stepped up and arranged for me to be able to to stay somewhere. And it's a really nice place, and I'm so thankful. To have this place rather than just being bled out, right, until the point where I wouldn't be able to pay the money for the deposit for the lease of the place that I'm moving into in August. So that was the idea. I was gonna kind of house sit for somebody that had a month left on their lease, but it turned out that their landlord had other ideas, and that their landlord wanted to get in there and change the locks already, even though the person had a month left on their lease, and kind of wanted we made arrangements that were mutually beneficial, but I guess we didn't ask the landlord to consent, and they were not. They were like, it's like the meme, I consent, and the landlord's like, I don't consent, right? So I'm super lucky to be in the place that I'm in right now, and I'm super thankful to everybody who made that happen. But yeah, still kind of like in a really bad place. So if anybody wants to help me out financially during this time, I'm gonna try to like leave my my PayPal, Cash App, all that stuff on the upcoming videos, because I am out some serious money that I did not expect to be spending.
And it's as if every alarm bell on Earth were ringing. The warnings are echoing through the drenched mountains of Vermont, where 2 months of rain just fell in only 2 days. India and Japan were deluged by extreme flooding. They're blaring from the scorching streets of Texas, Florida, Spain, and China, with a severe heat wave also building in Phoenix and the Southwest in coming days. They're burbling up from the oceans, where temperatures have surged to levels considered beyond extreme. And they're showing up in unprecedented, still-burning wildfires in Canada that have sent plumes of dangerous smoke into the United States. Scientists say that there is no question that this cacophony was caused by climate change, or that it will continue to intensify as the planet warms. So basically, all of the planet's alarms are going off, and lawmakers around the globe are basically plugging their ears and pretending like it's not happening, even though the writing is on the wall. Now, if that doesn't strike fear in your heart, then nothing will. I'd argue that you're the one who's weird for not being afraid of what's to come when the writing is very clearly on the wall for our species. Now, anyone telling you to not believe your lying eyes, despite all this evidence, and anyone who's calling this a hoax or dog whistling to climate deniers, I genuinely believe that they are complicit in the demise of our species. And that includes you, RFK Jr. And yes, I did turn a video about a fart into a video about climate change. I mean, you got me. How
that's praxis. That you gotta give Mike that.
else am I going to get you to eat your vegetables, right? But while we're on the subject of RFK, I do think that it's worth exploring other areas where this individual has been peddling dangerous Alex
so a landlord. I mean, basically
Jones level misinformation for years. And climate change is going to be one of the main ones that has the broadest implications, along with anti-vaxxers, right? Because he has a very large platform and he has lots of influence. But when it comes to other more fringe ideas that he's espousing, I don't think that it's uncharitable to say that his misinformation mirrors that of Alex Jones, because let's just recall what Alex Jones said in this famous meme, and then I'll show you what RFK said as well, and I think that you'll be able to easily spot the similarities.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
So that's a meme, right? It's funny. It's Alex Jones. Nobody takes him seriously, right? But let's listen to how similar RFK Jr.'s claims are, courtesy of CNN, and keep in mind that this is somebody who is not widely regarded as a crazy person or, somebody who lies and spreads misinformation. Even if a lot of people acknowledge that, this is somebody with a lot of legitimacy. So let's listen.
He has suggested that
turning the frickin' frogs gay, and if you want to turn my frogs gay, get me to 100 sub points by the end of the stream.
made chemicals found in the water could be making children gay or transgender. He's also suggested a conspiracy that these same chemicals could.
So do you see where the missing piece is? Like, do you remember the underwear gnomes? The underwear gnomes were like, I think it was like South Park or something, and they were gonna go steal underwear, and they were like, steal underwear, ... profit or something like that. And like, you never knew what the ... was, right? But there, there was obviously something, right? There is not actually a connection between like testosterone levels or estrogen levels and or intake of like xenoestrogenic chemicals, like the ones that Alex Jones is proposing are quote unquote turning the freaking frogs gay, right? This guy's right. What Jones means is that, like, he's implying that there's a connection between not pollution by companies trying to maximize their profits, right, but rather giant mega corporations trying to turn your kids gay or trying to turn your kids trans. And the missing step in there is that, like, so like, lower testosterone or higher estrogen or whatever they think it is, right? Therefore trans, therefore gay, right? There's not a correlation there. It's not a real thing. There's no relationship there. But to a bunch of chuds, kind of sounds like there might be. Oh, okay. Because they don't want to believe that, hey, actually, like, a lot of people are gay. A decent number of people are trans, more than you would expect. And when we're not actively discriminating against these people, you'll find out what their number is, because they won't have to, they're not like, in denial or pretending not to be, or, whatever. They're not hiding anymore, right? They don't want to believe that. Right? Especially when it comes to like their kids, like my kid needs to be normal. My kid needs to be like, I've got all these plans for my kid that involve them, marrying somebody of the opposite sex and having babies and doing this and doing that, right? And that stuff does not allow for the possibility that your kid might be trans, right? So all these parents that are in denial about that, they want to hear about rapid onset gender dysphoria. They want to hear about irreversible damage. Or they want to hear about chemicals in the rainwaters turning the freaking frogs gay and think, oh, we could just protect the kids from the chemicals, then no more gay and trans stuff, right? No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not right. That's a conspiracy theory. Get off it.
Be responsible for making boys more feminine and girls more masculine. Now, experts that we
and it's weird that they think that this could work in both ways, right? There's a lot. In other words, there's a lot of broken pieces to this theory. There's a lot of things that just do not match up, that just do not make sense.
Pushed back on these claims. Take a listen to just a couple of those comments from Kennedy.
There's atrazine throughout our water supply. Atrazine, by the way,
I forgot about this.
If you in a lab put atrazine in a tank full of frogs, it will chemically castrate.
Yeah, this happened earlier.
And forcibly feminize every frog in there. We're seeing these anomalies.
I feel like he kind of wants to get forcibly feminized and forcibly turned into a frog.
Which are no longer anomalies, but in sexual development in boys and girls, but particularly girls getting, nowadays it's commonplace for 9 and 10-year-olds to get their periods.
Now, we talked to experts, and they told us that this was basically comparing apples to oranges. Look, we're humans. Frogs are amphibians. For humans, sex is determined.
Yeah. So if you don't know, frogs in a variety of conditions will undergo spontaneous like sex change. I don't know if there's a better term for that, but it's essentially, they will change sex and be able to like reproduce that way. That this is with amphibians, and this is with frogs. This is not with human beings, right? We're very different from them. We do not have this component within our DNA to be able to do this.
At the moment of conception. For frogs, they can be determined by a number of things, including environmental factors. So we posed this question to the Kennedy campaign. How does he respond to what the experts told us about what he said?
He's probably going to call you bad faith and say you're doing a hit job, if I'm going to guess.
And here's what they told us.
More femboys? Well, or fem frogs.
A spokesperson for Kennedy said he is merely suggesting
they get eyelashes and bow on their head, yeah.
That given copious research
trans frogs
on the effects on other vertebrates, this possibly deserves further research.
Yeah. So what he's saying
is that really what he's going to hang his hat on? Frogs are vertebrates. We're vertebrates too. Never mind that we're in a different kingdom, or not kingdom, but the different oh my god, what's it called? Okay, domain, kingdom, phylum. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, dumb King Philip. I learned an ableist mnemonic in order to remember the not species, but like mammal, bird, fish, that thing. What's that called? Is it class?
There is indistinguishable from Alex Jones, but yet
you also engage in copium research.
Alex Jones gets made fun of for saying that, whereas RFK Jr. gets platformed by people like...
Wait, are we invoking the Air Bud rule here?
Jordan Peterson and others. So it's more dangerous when people with legitimacy say these things, spread these conspiracies, because more people are likely to believe it. And the reason why these types of conspiracy theories are so compelling to normal people is because thinking about what's in our water and our food, being concerned about that, is a very rational human thing. We're all concerned about that, right? Furthermore,
and we all kind of know that there is something going wrong. We all know that there is pollution that's being allowed to happen in order to help these companies maximize their products. We know that our politics is dirty. We know that there's money in politics. We know that the politicians seem to really care about what the lobbyists think rather than what the voters think, right? So it kind of makes sense on a level. But, if you're envisioning somebody that's just out there trying to fuck your shit up, you're missing the point. You're missing the ball. You're missing the danger, right? The danger is not somebody who is just evil and wants to fuck your shit up. The danger is somebody who, is making money at your expense, at the planet's expense. And that really is going on. So, this is a great game of like hide the something, where you put the thing under hide the shell, right? The shell game, right? You wait, is it, or do you hide it under the shell? I don't remember. Well, however it goes, right? They're hiding the important part. They are distracting you into thinking that somebody's trying to trans your kids using atrazine, just because they're like, I hate your way of life and I hate heteronormativity and I will destroy it because I am evil. Yes, evil, right? Rather than somebody that's just like, yeah, I'm gonna make a few extra bucks by not caring about by changing the law so I can pollute all I want. And
these conspiracy theories, they are derived.
We'll have to ask Danny Salami 100.
From a kernel of truth, right? So if somebody asserts something and they say it confidently, and you personally don't know the particulars and you're not able to interpret this very technical scientific study, it's very easy to get duped by what these people are saying. Now, I want to show you what I mean by this and kind of tell you, or I guess demonstrate how these types of conspiracy theories are formed. So let's go to PolitiFact. So in response to Kennedy saying that atrazine in water is turning kids trans, PolitiFact obviously finds that statement false. but I want to show you how he arrived at this conclusion. So let's look at these bullet points here. So it starts on the bottom here with the kernel of truth. A 2010 UC Berkeley study found that some frogs lost fertility and grew ovaries when they were exposed to atrazine. But then they also claim that atrazine is in the water, and that's true. And then you learn that atrazine is linked to potential health issues within the realm of reproductive health and has also been linked to kidney disease. So after hearing him say what he said, maybe you're skeptical at first because it sounds a little bit absurd, but then you look it up and you find out that he's actually correct about specific details within what he's saying. The problem is that the conclusion is...
Yeah, you miss the ... in the underwear gnome logic, right? You miss the fact that they don't have a connecting line between point A and point C. They're skipping point B is question mark, right? And there really is no there. So in other words, you're being lied to.
Itself is not correct, but it's intuitively true to somebody who is not trained to interpret these studies that he's looking at, or who doesn't really know about biology, right? So it seems reasonable to assume that what he's saying is correct, right? He is making this jump from point A to point B to point C, and it looks like it's plausible, but he doesn't have enough evidence to make those logical leaps. And that's where the problem lies, right? It's not that every single thing that he's saying is incorrect. He sprinkles in facts, but the problem is he doesn't point out that, well, correlation doesn't necessarily equal causation. Just because there's a link between atrazine and low birth weight, for example, that doesn't mean specifically that atrazine is the cause of this phenomenon. So the potential...
Thank you. I'm taking a little while to pause it. Okay. Scientific illiteracy and media illiteracy is a real problem. Yes, underwear gnomes are an MLM. Listen, I think that it's going to become increasingly important, right, to not only be able to debunk the lies and conspiracy narratives spread by people like this, right, so that you yourself know that it's not true, and right. The challenge is to explain this to somebody who maybe has even less scientific literacy than yourself, right? The challenge is going to be to be able to show how the shell game works and how they're being tricked to somebody that is like literally they're just looking for patterns, right? And when they see like 80% of the pattern that they would need to see to conclude something there, they just kind of like get lazy and assume that the other 20% is there somewhere. Well, I must just be missing it. I mean, I'm no scientist, but RFK, he seems like he's a Kennedy, right? A Kennedy wouldn't lead you wrong. 20 minutes behind in social. Oh yeah. Wait, why is that? Oh, I don't know. Are we on that much of a delay, or is it maybe more of an issue of like watching behind to catch up with what's gone on already?
Potential health risks need to be studied further because the link doesn't necessarily mean cause. He's not explaining this. He's not adding those caveats. He's just...
You know what I'm saying, right? You've all had teachers that are way smarter than you, right? And it's cool to have a smart teacher. It's cool to have access to somebody that knows a lot of stuff, right? But we've also probably all had teachers that are really smart, but they forgot what it's like to be at our level of understanding. You've got that chemistry teacher that just graduated from some prestigious program, right? And they're going to ask you this like 3-level deep chemistry question when really all they should be trying to do at this point is interrogate you on the basic principles. Do you have those basic principles? Instead of asking you a question that causes you to have to line up 3 basic principles, and if you get one of them wrong, you get the question wrong, right? Or that maybe can't even teach the material because to them the stuff is obvious, and they're like this. They're like A, C, F, H, and get it? So I, and you're like, no, I don't get I, and they've forgotten that they were taught the in between steps at one point. They don't need them. They think in shorthand, but that's not useful for teaching. So it's a different matter to like know something and to understand something yourself than it is sometimes to teach others who are at a much lower level of understanding than you are at the time, that same thing. And it's a very important skill. If you have a family member, if you have a friend, if you have somebody that falls victim to one of these, like shortcuts in thinking that they're using that they're exploiting, right? It's going to be really, really important for you to be able to show them or demonstrate to them or come up with some metaphor to explain how they're being tricked so that they see that. Because, otherwise you're just like kind of yelling at them of like, don't you get it? And it's like they don't get it. They don't get it. You gotta meet them at their level. It's not always the easiest thing to do.
Saying it affirmatively and confidently, and that's where people get misled.
It's not your fault for watching behind. It happens.
Also, there's been no established link between homosexuality, gender dysphoria, and atrazine. But despite the lack of a basic
or even like hormone, deficiencies or overabundances of certain hormones, right? Taking HRT doesn't make you trans, right? Being trans makes taking HRT an efficacious, treatment for resolving, things like things like gender dysphoria. It's the other way around.
Correlation or any evidence, RFK, he takes it one step further, right? When the biology of frogs are brought up, he makes it seem as if, well, if it applies to frogs, obviously it's gonna.
They're vertebrates. All vertebrates are exactly the same. Yo, I feel like this guy's watched Jurassic Park one too many times. Isn't that like a Jurassic Park thing? They didn't have they go into like they look in the amber of fossilized records of insects in amber to find mosquitoes that have sucked dinosaurs' blood. They extract some of the DNA from that blood, but it turns out that there's pieces missing because it's old, right? And they're like, we don't have this piece and this piece and this piece. And they go, oh, you know what you should do? You know what's kind of like a dinosaur? A frog. A frog is kind of like a dinosaur, right? Sure, okay, a frog is kind of like a dinosaur. So let's grab the DNA sequences from there. Whatever the frog's got in there must be similar enough to the dinosaur. And, in Jurassic Park, they actually come up with dinosaurs that are able to change their sex. Now, obviously, Jurassic Park is science fiction, and it's not hard science fiction. It's very loose science fiction. So, that some of that stuff is a little ridiculous, right? But like this is well, RFK's mind is moving along movie logic. They use frogs to complete the missing DNA. As a result, the dinosaurs, yeah, exactly. Hijinks ensue and people get eaten.
Apply to human or affect humans the same way, but that just no, because frogs and humans are very different biologically, right? So these tactics here, whether he's using them wittingly or unwittingly, this is how conspiracy theories gain prominence, because that kernel of truth.
Frogs and humans may be very different biologically, okay? But let me throw something at you. They are both subject to the top of the hour ad break, right? Which is actually, I think, happening like 15 minutes after the hour. I think that's how it's going on now. I think that's how it's working. And if you are like a frog or like a human, caught up in that ad break, you will experience a reduced viewing experience to the stream, right? In order to save yourself from that lesser viewing experience, you can hook up Amazon to Twitch, integrate that shit together, and you can get yourself an Amazon Prime sub for free. If you have Amazon Prime, you basically have a free sub to use. And if you haven't used it yet, you can use it on my stream, right? Second possibility, you can pay $5 to Twitch, get the sub, get out of the ad break. If you're on iPhone, it might actually, you're on an iPhone, it might actually be $6 because I've heard that the Apple Store charges you an extra $1, right? Or the other way is if you can't do any of those things, just being visible in chat is going to make it more likely that you might get a gift sub. Some kind person that cares about you and you being okay and having a good experience watching the stream and cares about me being okay and having enough money to move into my next apartment, despite the fact that I got royally effed over by a landlord and ended up having to pay a bunch of money for a motel and a U-Haul that I didn't need to pay, right? Somebody that cares about both of us might actually get you a sub and thereby get you out of the ad break, but that's only if you're active in chat and they notice you. So
can hook people. And once that trust is established between the layperson and the person disseminating these conspiracy theories,
it almost becomes like a relationship to a religious official, right? The religious person knows God, you know that you don't want to go to hell, and so you ask the religious person, what do I need to do to not go to hell? And maybe the religious official is like, well, come in the confessional booth and I'll tell you, you gotta like, right. They might tell you that like something really weird that you need to do for them in order to get out of that hell, right? You're at their behest, right? They can tell you anything that you want because you don't have that direct connection to God like you perceive that they do, right? So when you take somebody as like your science, like, guru, I don't know if that's the right word to be using here, right? But your science expert, and that's your shortcut to thinking, that's your shortcut to understanding and analyzing and being literate and being skeptical, then you are at their whim, and that's a bad place to be.
they then are more open to listening to more conspiracy theories, right? Perhaps anti-vax conspiracy theories. So they kind of get into some sort of rabbit hole.
That's right. Bill Nye understands non-binary ice cream, at least.
Once there's that buy-in, and that's the problem. And whenever RFK is pressed on this, he always pivots back to his usual defense to give himself plausible deniability. He'll say something.
Is that too old of a reference?
To the effect of, well, I'm just suggesting more research. Right, but that's not what you insinuated when you were talking about this, right? Even if that is the case, and we're being as charitable as possible,
in other words,
you're playing very loose with the facts, and you're not being clear in the language.
What I think Michael's trying to say here is that RFK Jr. is being a weasel. Weasels.
Language that you're using. So weasels like him are extremely hard to pin down.
Mind meld. Absolute mind meld with Sam Cedar, with Mike Figueredo today. Absolute mind meld. I swear that I did not pre-watch, right? It's not that I pre-watched. It's not that I heard this before. This is literally what I thought.
All conspiracy theorists are very hard to pin down for this reason, because again, it goes back to that kernel of truth that hooks people. But in conclusion, getting back to the fart, I'm glad that the old men yelling at each other disrupted this press event, and I'm also glad that the fart disrupted this press event because he deserves nothing less. I hope that the fart was very stinky and it made his eyes water. But I mean, this goes without saying probably. You are the company you keep, right? So a farting, possibly pants-shitting climate denier is exactly the type of person that I would expect to host a dinner with this loon.
Right? A bit of a pants shitter. Oh my God. Okay, well, there we go. Mike Figueredo of the Humanist Report. Give it a follow if you're not already. It's pretty good stuff. Okay, so there was something that I was supposed to cover with you yesterday that I did not get to, right? We went over Jimmy Dore, Sam Cedar, the fact that these two might debate again. We watched the initial debate between Jimmy Dore and Sam Cedar, and there was somebody who gave me, if you're in chat, let me know, right? Somebody sent me this. This is a video about how Jimmy Dore censors any guest, or at least a guest, that mentions Sam Cedar. Let's take a look at this, right? So I was supposed to watch this yesterday. I didn't quite get to it. Let's get to it now.
Matt, put this up on the screen here because I haven't had a chance to watch it. All right, so I should just tell you that we got a couple of emails. I did. Saying that this guy, Caleb Kane, I interviewed him for Ring of Fire, and I think we're going to have him on this program. I'm going to do a pre-tape, I think, in the next couple of days.
Wait, Caleb Kane, why is that familiar? Anybody know Caleb Kane?
He is a guy, we should just say this. So about, what was it, 2 months ago? 2 months ago, this guy, Caleb Kane, reached out to us on Twitter or to Matt, or I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, it was when I was in Phoenix, actually. I retweeted he did like a 48-minute thing about how he fell into the alt-right on YouTube.
Right. And I saw part of this and I was like, you know
oh my
what?
God.
I'm not
oh my
sure.
God. No. Caleb Kane is Faraday Speaks. Thank you. I thank you. I don't know who I'm thanking. But like when I think I'm thanking Matt. I think Matt is who made it connect to me. Faraday Speaks, if you want to go back to my YouTube videos, you can find me debating Faraday Speaks a little bit. I think we had actually a back and forth where I kind of debated Caleb Kane a little bit. We didn't agree on everything, it turns out, right? But in general, he is somebody that like it feels like he got sucked down the alt-right rabbit hole to a certain degree. Feels like he got out of it. Created actually a Discord server to try to bring other right-wingers out of that rabbit hole. And Mix Vivian was a part of it. I was in it for a little while. It was a really strange place. All I remember is being on it, hearing some people say some ridiculous right-wing stuff, debunking it, correcting it, and being yelled at by a mod who may have been Mix Vivian, who may have very well been Mix Vivian herself, not to dogpile the person. Now, that's not to, cast any aspersions on Vivian per se, right? But she was a mod for Caleb Kane, and that's what mods on the server were asked to do. So, yeah, she was just doing her job.
I don't know. I mean, I need to feel very
confident is the only true Caleb.
Confident when we present stuff, regardless of what it is.
True.
But particularly stuff like this, that it's real.
I don't know what the... I don't like Sam interviewing Caleb, right? I don't like people taking Caleb, since he had like a left-wing epiphany, right, of wanting to get out of the alt-right rabbit hole. I think then had a centrist epiphany and then had some kind of weird religious right-wing epiphany. I don't think that Caleb Kane is somebody that's really worth Sam's time in talking to. So,
and I didn't want
Sam, prepare to get your time wasted.
Some alt-right guy who's like, we own the libs, on this. And so, and I'd forgotten about it, but then it turned out he was the subject of that New York Times article, which talked about how people basically get funneled into the alt-right. And
I mean, and if you don't know, this is basically Xander Hall's origin story as well.
And literally funneled, right? You start watching stuff that is just sort of like, whatever you want to call it, alt-light, or like it's intellectual, but it's in the dark.
It's intellectual, but it's dark web.
Dark web, that type of thing. And it funnels you down.
Ideas.
And
oh, this is 4 years ago. Okay. This makes more sense that Sam's talking to Caleb Kane back then.
And so the Times wrote this, and so
it also makes more sense that the Michael's still around.
Interviewed him on Ring of Fire, and he said that one of the what happened was that Destiny, the guy from Twitch, would debate some of these people and got into the algorithm. And he said, and that's how then I found your show, The Majority Report. I was like, oh, that's great. And it's also, I mean, it had a big impact on me in terms of like what we do here. I mean, part of the reason we went at Dave Rubin for so long was that a couple of years ago he announced that he had a book coming out, and I literally said at that point, when they start to review his book and they search for him online, I want to make sure that people understand.
This is something I'm going to be talking about in the upcoming YouTube video on Sam Cedar and Tim Pool's, conflict and what that can tell us about online political content creation.
And who he really is. And so...
Oh, I thought it was because it was fun.
And, well, then it turned out to be
It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun.
Super fun.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty fun.
But the idea was, I wanted to get into.
Well, I mean, the one thing that's really not fun is the ad break, right? Which comes at you twice an hour. I can't tell you exactly when, but I can tell you that it'll completely break your immersion. You won't hear my voice anymore. You won't hear Sam's voice anymore. All you're going to hear is an ad, and it's going to kind of suck. And if you want it not to suck, you can get out of it by hooking up your Amazon Prime to Twitch, getting a free sub, and getting out of it that way. You can get out of it by paying $5 to Twitch yourself, or $6 if you're on an iPhone to Twitch. Or you could possibly, maybe, potentially get out of it through getting gifted a sub by somebody kind enough to both help me out in this time of need and time of getting screwed over by landlords, and also help you out in getting you out of that. More importantly, getting you out of that ad break, which you probably don't want to be. You probably don't want to be stuck with.
Broadly speaking, his algorithm, if anybody looked for him, so that people would hear the other side.
I mean, that's not really what an algorithm is, but Sam's really, what he's really talking about, get into his search.
This. And, but that
everything.
Kane interview really sort of put that in perspective. And so someone emailed me and said that Kane was on Jimmy Dore's program.
Caleb!
And he had mentioned
Faraday, you went on Jimmy Dore?
Me, I think in that same context with Destiny. I'm not sure. And
we're not watching that, I promise.
But that Jimmy had cut it out, literally cut it out in the clips, but not just cut around that, but like had
interesting. Here we go.
Dropped it out, which is exactly what I said. No effing way. So I tweeted about it.
Sam is a dad. We can't expect him to know all the internet terms or all the interwebs personalities. Look, I'm just glad that Sam's not, not like glazing up Vosh, right?
Because I wanted to just respond to everybody, but apparently it may actually have happened. Let's put it, go back and just see this. I haven't seen this. Now, if it's not, no, what happened?
Yeah, so we'll play the audio first.
Sam's tweet.
We'll play the audio before we play the video. How about
yes,
that?
yes. Skibbity bop bop neep neep.
What is? Well, just play the whole thing because I don't know even know what this is.
It's a compilation comparing the video to the audio.
Oh, it's both. Oh, you're kidding.
This is the video to the audio. So we'll play the audio first and then go to the video.
Yeah.
I mean, I usually, if I'm going to watch the news, I either turn on your show, Sam's show, or the Young
You turn
Turks.
on
That's
Jimmy
usually
Dore?
who I go to for news. Your show or the.
Oh my God! He actually did do that.
Here's the full clip now.
I mean, I usually, if I'm going to watch the news, I either turn on your show or the Young Turks. That's usually who I go to for news. I mean, I usually, if I'm going to watch the news, I either turn on your show, Sam's show.
Now, that's interesting, right? Because Jimmy Dore has got every reason at this point to hate the Young Turks, right? Jimmy Dore had a huge beef with Jink and Anna, and, basically, called them, fake for not I don't even remember, right? He hates the Young Turks. He has a reason to hate the Young Turks. What is his reason to censor Sam's name, right? And it might be because he's afraid of getting debunked by Sam. Right? He's afraid of having that crossover audience. People watch his show and go check out Sam, right? Maybe then they don't fall for his BS as easily. But that's a great look. Look at that. Look, we're getting a lot of really great nonverbal language here today, right? From the people around RFK Jr., from Sam, from everybody else.
The Young Turks. That's usually who I go to for news. Your show or the Young Turks.
Oh my God.
Fuck.
And that's not even the one that they talked about.
Yeah.
Yes. Holy cow, this is
So we don't
I
have the
stand
unedited
corrected.
version of this one, but you can notice the same
I
cut.
stand corrected. I definitely did not think that. I thought that people were just bullshitting and trying to start drama.
I am honestly shocked.
All right, here's one more.
My solution is for the bread tubers and all the left tubers, people like you, to go and debate with these people and to get into their algorithm so that people see the other side of bread tubers and all the left tubers, people like you, to go and debate with these people and to get into their algorithm.
You can see the flash. It's helpful that they
Is
kept
that their
in.
jump cut that they put
Yeah.
in themselves?
That's what they put in themselves.
God. But somebody said that was in the context of, I think there could have been another one.
I think that might have been the one he mentions, Destiny, after BreadTube.
Somebody had said it was in the context of what took him out of it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we gotta scrub
When
out
I
this
heard
shit.
this, I definitely, again, what the fuck, Jimmy? You don't make me look good around
Well,
here.
That's
I mean, even you were dubious about that happening. I was like, that has to be
listen,
bullshit.
I will be clear.
That people are just trying to cause more
My
nonsense.
estimation of Jimmy's integrity is pretty low. I will concede that.
Whoever told me to watch this last night, if you're in chat right now, step up and give yourself a pat on the back because this is a good video. I'm glad I watched this.
And in fact, I think it's to my credit that I was aware that I was predisposed to thinking that. And so therefore, maybe I erred on the other side by saying, no way. Sam, emotionally, you think you could believe that he would do this, but intellectually, you have to know that is such a sad, pathetic move that's impossible. And I was wrong.
I mean, when you think about
I was
it,
definitely
seriously,
no
This is not healthy. This is
I'm
not healthy for
surprised.
me. This is not healthy for me.
It's not. And I'm hoping that they did this as a joke.
I mean, I want to
intentionally
make
get this response.
I want to make the larger response. I mean, we're talking about de-radicalizing kids.
When he
and
says it's not healthy for him, I wonder if he means that it's like blowing up his ego, or I wonder if he means that he just doesn't want to become a drama creature.
we've heard all over the place that our libertarian debates have pulled a lot of people from that spectrum, and to omit Sam like that is
he doesn't care about.
Well,
any
it's
of it.
maybe leaving some kids to the alt-right pipeline.
The other
They could
thing
be
is,
saved.
and now I've got to watch the whole interview, that I was told that he spent the whole time trying to convince.
Be kind to people, be ruthless to systems. Yeah, you could even hear this in here that, like, you know, Michael is not. Michael actually feels like Sam going after Tim Pool is kind of bullying, right? He expresses like concern for the carnage that takes place in Sam's debate against Tim Pool over the when Tim Pool brings up Thanos as an example of a utilitarian villain.
Caleb, that the New York Times article completely maligned him and was completely wrong. And every time Caleb said there were some problems apparently with the New York Times article, as there is with every, but that the gist of it seemed to be right. And Jimmy is so adamant about maintaining his YouTube, whatever it is, cred or money or I don't know what, that he uses this as an excuse to bash the New York Times, rather than in any way to indict the fact that YouTube
Thanos was everything but a utilitarian. Well, look, you're gonna have to wait for the video, right? I've got a video coming up on YouTube. It kind of centers around the concept of Thanos. It kind of centers around Tim Pool's attempt to portray Thanos as a utilitarian villain, and cast Sam, like, it's almost like Tim Pool just learned about utilitarianism and he wanted to apply it, and he was like, that's kind of like utilitarianism, and it's like, it's practical, like there's that connecting thread, I guess, right? You know, like to a certain degree, like utilitarianism is kind of a practical philosophy, right? But no, Sam's not being a utilitarian when he says he's going to vote for the lesser of two evils. That's literally not that's not a good example of utilitarianism.
only is algorithmic.
But don't tell Tim Pool that, because he just learned about it and he wants to show you how smart he is.
Doesn't have moderated content that need to be demonopolized. Wow, that is.
Well, it's weird because if you look
how do you watch? Let me ask you this: how do you
This is a reference. This is just a random person tweeting out Jimmy Dore's previous video on the Caleb Kane New York Times story about where Jimmy just was pissed off about the New York Times and how this is going to be bad for his money, basically.
I just don't understand.
That's just what the woman's tweeting, though.
Tim is one of those guys who gets a daily word from the dictionary but never learns anything past the first definition. True.
Yeah, I watched the video. It's
What
a
did-
fair representation of what Jimmy was saying.
I just don't understand how there are people who watch him
Wait, Jimmy Dore went after Faraday Speaks?
who, like, yes, I get it. I don't like Jimmy. Jimmy doesn't like me. Jimmy has an open
You're
invitation
sounding like a Seinfeld episode here, Sam.
to come on the show again anytime he wants. He could call in now.
So yeah, here's the deal. Sam has been trying to run Jimmy down for another debate for years and years and years. Jimmy is content to pretend that Sam does not exist, and we can see why now.
He could text me. He could text anybody here. Just like he did that one time that we had him on. Because I gave him a heads up. We're going to be talking about this tomorrow. Do you want to address it?
In Tim's case, he's got some, like, I don't know. I don't want to make too much about Dunning-Kruger as like a real thing, but yeah, that kind of describes Tim unironically.
This is 2 years ago. No, go ahead. Rip me a new one. And then as soon as we started, he called in and I was like, sure, come on.
Debating cocaine.
The idea that somebody would bring up Jimmy Dore's name in a positive way, and my response would be not to push back.
But to try to erase his existence. Yo, that's the Thanos snap, okay? The thing that Jimmy's doing to Sam, that's the Thanos snap. Sam's not Thanos. Jimmy is Thanos. Jimmy tried to Thanos snap Sam out of existence, right? Where Sam is saying, if somebody brings up Jimmy Dore, I'll take on his viewpoints. If Jimmy Dore wants to come on and dispute that, I'll take on him.
Just to try to
Sam doesn't need the Infinity Gauntlet. That's what I'm trying to say, okay? Sam does not need the Infinity Gauntlet.
Erase it.
That got
Well, I
chat
think to be
awake.
fair, there's
Are you awake, chat?
Like, even if you're
a little late for you.
a jag
Am I keeping you up past your bedtime?
off comedian,
There's not a person.
even
that's
if
off.
you're a self-professed jag-off comedian,
Yeah, that's his like brand.
don't you need to put like another adjective in there at one point to describe a jag-off comedian whose ego is so frail that I am going to jump cut around someone mentioning Sam's name?
Sam.
No one in this studio would do the extra work, though.
You're awake.
That's
Just
true.
Give us work.
That's true.
Give us
But
give
honestly-
us credit as we.
honestly-
I want his
No,
name
it's- it is
eliminated.
honestly-
No, we're
I'm not even teasing you. It legitimately is.
Stop it.
Honestly, if I said that, I mean, can you imagine just the reverse?
Actually, honestly,
we have
if
Caleb
you said that, we would be like, dude, you
Are
need
you
to
okay?
take like I'm gonna cover the next 3 days for
Honestly,
you. I
like,
think you need to take a
I
vacation.
feel like if I
no,
need- if
we
I-
would have the space here to say you absolutely don't want to do
Wait,
that. That's demented
so-
and embarrassing.
So I can stop editing references to Ari Berman out of the show now?
I don't want to hear Ari Berman's name. God damn it.
Honestly, like I feel like if I said that to you guys, your first reaction would be like, "Ha, you're joking, right?
Yes.
Are you serious?
You kidding me?
Yes.
Please, God, tell
You're kidding me.
I mean, honestly,
No.
that is, wow, that is. So
I feel proud of
Oh my
myself
god,
about
incoming
that.
ad break, 6 seconds. You got 6 seconds to get out of the ad break.
Well, what it really
well,
is
and
people
if I'm
Can
if
you
I'm
do
one
it?
of Jimmy's
Oh, here
fans, like
comes
I
the
gotta
ad.
wonder, like,
Here comes
what
the
else
ad.
does he cut out? Is that it?
Looks like some people are they're gonna fall victim to the ad break, right? There's people without persona icons next to their name. They are definitely getting the ad break. They're getting served the ad break right now.
He just cuts
I'm
out
sorry I didn't jump on it quicker and let you know.
my name when it's mentioned positively. Is that it? Really?
Well, he cuts stuff.
I
out
don't
of
know
his
which is
Mazda video.
worse. I don't know which is worse. This is a regular practice of his, or he just took out
Yeah, it looks like
all
we
the
had a few
references to
people.
Sam. Wow. All right.
Lava Jato.
Lava Jato. Lava Jato indeed. I feel like I need to jump in a Lava Jato myself. Ad break ends in 1 minute and 20 seconds. I don't know why it tells me that. I'm not sure why it tells me that. I don't even know. There we go. There we go. Let's see those numbers. Let's see those numbers. Get in that robot. Okay, we're gonna raid into Nabil. I got something special for you tonight. Nabil has got a special charity stream going. You know, we could all use a little bit of charity right now, and Nabil's putting together a charity stream around trans people. I don't know that much about it. I will say that if I have time and if I'm like, you know, if I can manage, you might hear me go on there and talk to Nabil a little bit. I was supposed to try to do that. I didn't realize I'm going to be streaming the you know, for this long, but you know how I am. I go like extra long. I should probably say goodbye to you in large mode. So nice to have everybody here again. It's nice to be back. Hopefully everything's okay now. I had a little scare. My finances are not great, but thanks to some very kind people, I am in an okay, safe space. So I'm very thankful for the people who had my back in the moment of need, and try to be giving you that that Sam Cedar video as soon as I can. I've got a lot to do, but I want to get that video done. I've been teasing it for a long time. All right, much love, everybody. I will see you, I believe, if not tomorrow morning, then Friday morning or whatever. Anyway, go over and say hi to Nabil on over on Twitch if you want to, and I will see you